Hello guys and welcome to today's session. Today we are going to talk about SCEP. This is going to be one of the long ones, but I'm going to make sure that I touch all the topics and I take you through all the various aspects of how to set up SCEP and how to test it and troubleshoot. So this is what we have in today's agenda. First, we are going to talk about what exactly certificates are and why exactly do we need them. Then we are going to talk about SCEP, what exactly SCEP is, and why do we need SCEP. Then we are going to talk about where exactly to use and implement SCEP, in which cases, what are the use case scenarios for SCEP. Then we are going to go into detail about why exactly to use SCEP, what are the advantages of using SCEP, when to use it, when not to use it. Then we are going to talk about uh, what are the differences between SCEP and his younger brother PKCS. So when to use which one, what are the differences, what are the similarities, what are the use cases for each of them. Then we are going to talk about integration of SCEP with Intune, how exactly a SCEP profile can be deployed from Intune, what are the prerequisites, what needs to be configured, where it needs to be configured, how it needs to be configured, what are the components involved while deploying a SCEP profile. Then we will talk about a general flow, as in how exactly a certificate flows in case of a SCEP profile deployment via Intune from a certification authority server to a mobile device. Then we will talk about the various prereqs that needs to be in place before we can implement SCEP via Intune. Then we will do a setup. So I will do a live setup wherein I will set up a SCEP server as an NDES server and all the prerequisite that needs to be taken care of. Then we will do all the needed setup that needs to be done from the portal end as well as whatever needs to be done on the server end. Then we will talk about how we can track a deployment of a SCEP profile. What are the logs that we need to know about, how exactly to track the logs. Then I'll do a live demo wherein I'll do a complete setup and show how exactly a SCEP profile is getting deployed, how exactly a cert is getting deployed. We will do all the tracking from all the levels. Then I'll share a few tips and tricks which we need to keep in mind while deploying a SCEP profile and while doing a normal troubleshooting. Then I'll give you a few gotchas and a few caveats that we can keep in mind and that we need to take care of during a SCEP profile deployment. Okay. All right, then let's get started. Let's just talk about what exactly SCEP is. But before that, let's just talk about why exactly this is something which we need to know about. So guys, for any user to access any application, the user has to basically go through two phases. The first phase is the authentication phase and the second phase is the authorization phase. Authentication phase is a phase wherein a user's identity is more or less checked. It is a phase wherein we determine if a user is a valid or not, or if the user is a rogue. So that would be the first phase. The second phase is the authorization phase, and it's a phase wherein a user is subjected to some conditions, and depending upon the output of those conditions, we determine whether a user should be given an access to the application he's trying to access or whether he should not be given an access. So conventionally, authentication for a user when he's trying to access any application or any resource is done via the use of username and password. Uh, may that be for the authentication to a application, may that be authentication to Wi-Fi, VPN, emails, proxies, anything. However, to make this user experience more seamless, we introduce the concept of using a certificate. So what certificate does in a nutshell, and this is a 1,000 feet view, certificate just is used for seamless authentication, and it's just going to remove the overhead for the user for so that he doesn't need to enter his username and password each time to pass during the authentication phase. Uh, of course, well, it goes without saying that the certificate that the user is going to use to prove his authenticity has to come from a trusted location or a trusted source, which in this case could be a third party CA or a certification authority from our on-prem. So right now our target is, and the reason why we are studying SCEP and reason why we are using SCEP and NDES is because the aim is we have to deliver a certificate from our CA or a certification authority which is present in our on-prem, which is present in our intranet, which is joined to our domain, to any user present anywhere in the globe. So obviously, if there is any user who is present anywhere in the globe and he only has access to the internet, he does not have access to the intranet, then the challenge is how exactly do we supply a certificate to that user? To To achieve this comes to the rescue Intune, wherein we can make profiles and wherein we can deploy these certificates. So in server world, the certificates can be primarily issued to devices via two mechanisms. This is a broad classification. One of them is PKCS and the other one is SCEP. Both are used to achieve more or less the same goal, which is seamless authentication. So if whether we deploy a PKCS profile or whether we deploy a SCEP profile, the end goal is the same, that the first phase, that is the authentication phase via which the user has to pass through in order to access an application, should be seamless and automated. That is, he should not have to enter his username and password each time, and to make it more secure. So that is the more or less the same goal which we achieve via publishing or via, I mean, providing a PKCS or a SCEP certificate. Both of them help us to achieve more or less the same use case. So whatever we are going to achieve while deploying a PKCS profile, we are going to achieve the same using SCEP. There are some variations as well. Obviously, SCEP has a few more advantages, which we will talk about later. But more or less, we are able to achieve the same use case. And both of them can be incorporated with Intune. So via Intune, we can deploy a SCEP certificate, and via Intune, we can deploy a PKCS certificate. Whatever our use case is. So then it brings up the question that which one to use, whether we should use a PKCS or whether we should use a SCEP. So I'm just going to give you a basic idea of what we can use, what we can achieve using PKCS and what we can achieve using SCEP. But for more details, I would strongly suggest you guys to consult your CA admin so that he can suggest you guys on what kind of certificate he needs in order to authenticate to, let's just say, Wi-Fi, or in order to authenticate to, let's just say, VPN. And if that is something which we can deliver using PKCS, we can make use of that. Or if that is something which we can deliver using SCEP, we can make use of that. Okay. So right now we are going to be concentrated on SCEP. So let's just talk about SCEP. So SCEP stands for Simple Certificate Enrollment Protocol. So SCEP is basically a protocol, okay? And we make a SCEP profile from Intune. So, well, SCEP, as I said, is a protocol which is used for enrollment and other PKI operations. This protocol was originally developed by Cisco, and it uses a request response model based on HTTP, like get methods and post methods. Well, a SCEP certificate, in short, bears a user's identity. So it might bear a user's UPN, it might bear a user's email address, but it's going to contain user's identity. It has a private key, but the private key of a SCEP certificate is not exportable. So the private key never leaves the device, which is the reason why SCEP is more secure. And most importantly, a SCEP certificate can be issued to a user and it can be issued to a device. Please keep in mind that SCEP certificate is the only certificate which can be issued to a userless device. However, PKCS certificate in contrast cannot be issued to a userless device. There has to be a user associated with the device. Only in that case a PKCS certificate can be issued to it. SCEP also supports Windows Hello for Business certificate based scenarios. And in case of SCEP, a unique key and certificate is delivered for each device, which is not in case of PKCS. Therefore, if we are making use of SCEP deployment, and if we want to revoke a certificate, it gives us the functionality of revoking a certificate from a singular device, because each device enrolled by the user has a unique certificate and a unique key. However, in case of PKCS, that's not the case. If a user is enrolling 10 different devices using PKCS, if a user is enrolling 10 different devices using his UPN, and all those 10 devices get a PKCS certificate, we cannot revoke PKCS certificate from a single device. We will have to revoke it from all the devices that the user has enrolled. Where exactly can we use SCEP? As already said, SCEP can be used for server authentication. It can be used for user authentication. It can be used for Wi-Fi authentication. It can be used for VPN authentication. It can be used for encrypting an email via SMIME. So these are use cases of SCEP certificate. Wi-Fi is one of the things which is most often used for authentication by a SCEP certificate. Now let's just talk about when and why do we use it. Well, as already said, the whole sole purpose of using a SCEP certificate or a PKCS certificate for that matter is for achieving seamless authentication. So we are trying to make the user experience more seamless and remove the overhead of the user having to enter his username and password uh, by automating it, because the certificate in this case is going to do that authentication on behalf of the user. Also, it's used for securing the access because, well, obviously using a username and password is not secured, because username and password is something which we can share with anybody. However, that's not the case with the certificate. When are we going to use it? We are going to use it when we need to deploy a certificate from the intranet to a mobile device which is present in the internet. So if we have to deliver a certificate to a mobile device, let's just say to an Android phone, so that Android phone has access to a corporate resource, but the Android phone obviously has no way. We don't have any way of joining an Android phone to a domain. In that case, the only way is deploying a SCEP or a PKCS profile from Intune. Also, when exactly would be using it is when we need more security than PKCS. As already said, PKCS as compared to PKCS, SCEP is more secure. How exactly, that we will find out when we discuss the architecture of SCEP. However, there are some drawbacks as well of SCEP, one of them being that to set up a SCEP, we need a bigger footprint. It needs an Azure App Proxy, it needs to install an Intune connector, it needs to install an NDES server, along with which comes many roles. So there is a bigger footprint. So if we can afford the added overhead, if we can afford the added infra and the added servers, then probably SCEP is the right option, which obviously is more secure. But which one to use? Obviously, as I said before, please consult your CA and find out whether your use case is something which can be delivered by PKCS or SCEP or both, and what kind of security are we looking to. Now let's just talk about differences between PKCS and SCEP in detail. For more information on PKCS, I've done a separate nugget on it, so please refer to that. But just in short, in case of PKCS setup, we don't need any NDES. No trusted profile is needed for PKCS. Uh, for PKCS deployment, however, for chain building, obviously trusted profile is needed. No app proxy is needed. No public endpoint, no IIS, nothing. It's just one connector which needs to be installed, which acts as a gateway between the Intune service and your on-prem infrastructure, and the certificate flows from your CA to the Intune connector to the Intune service and then to the device. In case of PKCS, device does not talk to anybody but Intune. The same certificate can be distributed to multiple devices of the same user. As already said, in case of PKCS, if a user is enrolling 10 devices, and all those 10 devices will have the same PKCS certificate. However, that's not the case in case of SCEP. The MDM server generates the private key, and the certificates are deployed and deploys it to the mobile device. And as already said, PKCS has a smaller footprint. However, in case of SCEP, private key never leaves the device, which makes it more secured. But as a downside, it has a bigger footprint because we need an additional server in form of NDES, we need an IIS, we need a public endpoint, we need Azure in form of Azure App Proxy, we need to install Intune connector. So there is a bigger footprint. As already said, there is a unique key and certificate for every device for the same user, which allows a certificate revocation for just a specific device possible. Meaning that if there is one user who has enrolled 10 different devices, each 10 different device will have 10 different certificates. Therefore, we can revoke a specific certificate from a device. However, if all the 10 devices have the same certificate, like in case of PKCS, then it's not possible to revoke just one certificate from a device, because if we revoke that certificate, it's going to be revoked from all the devices because all the devices have the same certificate to begin with. In case of SCEP, mobile device generates the public and the private key. However, in case of PKCS, as we saw, the private key is generated by the MDM server. One more thing that we need to keep in mind while making a decision between whether we are going to use a SCEP certificate or a PKCS certificate is the usage. So more often than not, we end up deploying a certificate and then using it for Wi-Fi authentication or email encryption or VPN access or VPN or something like that. So what we need to keep in mind is please consult your network admin and find out what is the kind of authentication that we are going to use for the devices and how the radius server is set up. Because if the kind of authentication that is going to be used has EAP, then that is something which cannot be facilitated by PKCS. That is something which can only be facilitated using SCEP. So in short, EAP is actually a protocol. It is extensible authentication protocol. Not exactly protocol, it's a framework, so to speak. EAP is an authentication framework. EAP has different methods inside of it, like we have EAP POP, EAP TLS, EAP TTLS, EAP SIM. You might have heard about these terms. But if any of the EAP authentication framework is being used for authentication, then by the radius server, then a PKCS certificate won't suffice. In that case, we will have to make use of a SCEP certificate. So that is something which we can keep in mind while making that decision of which one to use, whether to go with PKCS or whether to go with SCEP. Now let's just talk about how exactly a SCEP profile works with Intune. This is a level 100 kind of a view. In this slide, we are going to just talk about a level 100 view of how exactly SCEP works with Intune, and then we will dig into the detail. So what happens is an end user enrolls his device to Intune, and the admin makes a profile, a SCEP profile in the portal. The profile is responsible for getting the end device a certificate from the CA. So obviously the CA, as I already said, is in the intranet, and the profile is coming from the Intune service over the internet. So this is exactly what we are trying to achieve, deploying a profile or deploying a certificate from a CA in the intranet to a device in the internet over the internet, because the device has no access to the intranet. Once the certificate is delivered by the MDM, then that certificate takes care of the authentication part and helps the end device authenticate to Wi-Fi or VPN or email profile or anything like that. Okay. Uh, all of this setup is actually achieved by something called an NDES server. So we can visualize as NDES as the gateway. So any certificate that is going to be pushed to a device is going to obviously originate from a CA. It is going to go to the NDES, and then eventually it's going to travel to the device. So NDES is that, we can call it kind of a public endpoint, though it's not the exact correct word to use at this point of time, but I'm just giving you a level 100 kind of a view. So if we imagine that there are only 3 components in this setup, then that would be: the first component is the CA, the second component is the NDES, and the third component is the device. So CA is something which is present in the intranet. Let's just say NDES is something which is present in the intranet as well as the internet, and the device is something which is present in the internet. So the certificate is traveling from the device. The certificate is traveling from the CA to the NDES to the device. Okay. And this has to be done because devices have no way of directly communicating with the CA. Okay. All right, so this is just a 100-feet view of how exactly SCEP works with Intune. We will look at the detail, how exactly all the moving components are functioning in a bit. Now let's just talk about what are the different components that are involved in this setup. So for SCEP to work with Intune, what are the different components? Obviously, we need Intune as the MDM. Intune is something which is providing the certificate profile. We have to make a certificate profile in the Intune portal, that is in the MDM. We need an end user's device which is enrolled to the MDM. Of course, we need a CA which is present in our on-prem, and for authentication, we need a domain controller. And as I already said, we need an NDES server, which is kind of that point wherein the device is communicating and the CA is communicating. However, that is not exactly true. I tried to give you guys a 100-feet view and say that there are 3 components: CA, NDES, and the device. However, there are many other components which are involved as well, like the Intune connector and the Azure App Proxy. So we will talk. Let's just see how exactly the flow happens. What exactly is the flow? So I am going to break the flow of a certificate from the CA to the device into 2 levels. The first is level 1 and the second is level 2. Level 1 is just for our basic understanding, and level 2, as I said, we are going to look into the various moving parts. So for level 1, what happens is, let's just say that this is the Intune service. So let me call this the Intune service. Let us say that this is the device. This is the mobile device. Please excuse my handwriting, guys. And the Intune service and the mobile device obviously is present over the internet. So this is the internet. INTER. And on the other side of the wall, we have the intranet. That is wherein our on-prem infrastructure is present. So this is the intranet. And in the intranet, we have something called the NDES server and we have something called the CA. So this is the NDES, and this is the CA, or the issuing authority. Obviously, in the picture we have a domain controller as well, but that goes without saying. So what exactly happens is NDES is connected to the Intune service. So NDES has access to the intranet as well as has access to the internet. What mobile devices do is mobile devices connect to the NDES via the Intune service. So mobile devices are going to go over here, and then they are going to go over here, because NDES, as I said, has access to the internet as well as has access to the intranet, right? So if a point, one side of NDES has access to the internet, that is, it is internet exposed to internet. Therefore, mobile devices have a way of reaching to the NDES. So the mobile devices are first going to go to the Intune service, and Intune service is somehow magically going to direct it to the NDES server, which obviously has a site exposed to the internet. Now NDES server is going to forward that request to the CA, which is present in the intranet. The CA is going to issue a certificate, pass it to the NDES. The NDES is going to provide that certificate to the Intune service, and the Intune service is going to deploy that certificate to the mobile device. Okay, so this is just a basic overview or a level 100 overview of how exactly this happens at the components involved. We have an Intune service. We have a device, that is a mobile device, which is enrolled to the MDM. We have an NDES server, which is exposed to the internet as well as which is exposed to the intranet. And we have a certification authority, which is responsible for issuing of certificates. So the devices get a profile from the Intune service, which tells the device that it is supposed to get a certificate. Now the device cannot directly talk to the NDES because it doesn't know where the NDES is. So the device will go back to the Intune service. The Intune service will tell the device, go over there. There is where the NDES is. It has access to the internet. Therefore, the mobile device can go to that device. Can go to that NDES. NDES takes that request, forwards it to the CA. CA issues a certificate and forwards it to the NDES. NDES uploads that certificate in a way to the Intune portal or to the Visa console, and that certificate is eventually deployed to the mobile device. Okay. Okay, now guys, let's just talk about a level 200 kind of a view of how exactly this is happening, how exactly the magic is happening, and how exactly the redirection is happening, and where at exactly which phase the authentication is happening, at which phase the logging is happening, and whatnot. So let me just draw the components again real quick. So as I said, we have the Intune service, we have the mobile device. Both the Intune service and the mobile device is something which is present on the internet. Then we have the NDES server. So this is the NDES NDES, and we have the CA, or the certification authority. Goes without saying that obviously we will be having a domain controller as well. And please ensure that, please keep in mind that the NDES and the CA cannot be on the same server. Okay, so they need to be on mutually exclusive servers for this to work. So on the left hand side we have the internet, on the right hand side we have the intranet, and a better representation of this would be like this. Because as I said, NDES is something which has access to the internet as well as the intranet, right? So this would be a better representation. This is internet, This is intranet. So, guys, NDES actually has three components that works within NDES and makes this logic possible. Okay, so let me just list out the three components and then we will see how exactly the flow is and how does these components come into the picture. The first component so let me just do it this way. This is the first component, this is the second component, and this is the third component. Okay, so the first component in NDES is the IIS. Okay, the second component in NDES is the NDES plugin. NDES plugin, I'm calling it NP. And the third component in NDES is the CRP, or the certificate registration point. Okay, so this is number one, this is number two, and this is number three. And obviously then we have certification authority. One more component that we have, which I did not mention in my previous diagram, which I did not mention over here. I just said that the mobile device reaches out to the Intune service and then gets magically redirected to the NDES. So one more thing which is present for this magic to happen is Azure App Proxy. So let me just call it AAP. So Azure App Proxy connector is something which we will be installing on one of the on-prem servers. Let's just say we are installing a connector for this Azure App Proxy on either another server or on the NDES itself. Okay, and what Azure App Proxy does is it makes it publishes the NDES on the Intune. So it publishes this on-premise NDES application on the internet service. So what happens is this NDES, please listen carefully, this NDES is going to have two URL. One is going to be the internal URL. So let me just call it IUR. And the second is going to be the external URL. EUR. Okay, so obviously, as I said that in NDES, when we install, NDES is actually, NDES stands for Network Device Enrollment Service. It is a service which we can install by going into the server manager. So all we have to do is we have to open up Windows Server 2012 R2 or later, and then we have to go into add remove roles and features, and from there we have to add this NDES role and then configure it. When we configure the NDES role, then it asks us to which CA you want to connect the NDES to. That is wherein we establish this connection. Okay, this NDES server needs to be joined in the domain. Therefore, obviously, it's a part of this intranet and it needs to have access to the internet as well. Okay, so as I said, when we install NDES, it has a component called IIS. Okay, Internet Information Service. Therefore, this NDES server will be having an internal URL, and all the servers inside the domain will have access to this internal URL. What exactly that URL is, we will talk about that later. But let's just understand this for now, that this NDES server is going to have an internal URL, and that URL is something that that all the servers inside can reach out to when they have to reach to the NDES. And okay, so now let's just say that this is a mobile device and this mobile device has to reach out to the CA. Okay, so as I said in the previous diagram, the mobile device cannot reach out to the CA directly. So the mobile device first goes to the NDES and then NDES takes it to the CA, right? So right now the mobile device has to reach out to the NDES. And as I said, the NDES has an internal URL wherein all the servers reach out to, or all the devices reach out to. But this internal URL is accessible on the intranet only. It is not accessible on the internet. Therefore, there is an external URL also which is mapped to this internal URL. Okay, and this external URL to internal URL mapping is something which is done in the Azure App Proxy. So what we do, we set up the NDES, we install the role connected to the CA, and then when we install the NDES role, then IIS gets installed in it. We have to install one more component in the NDES called the Intune connector. Okay, it's one more component which we have to install. So when we are installing the NDES role, let's just simplify this. We are installing the NDES role. When we are installing the NDES role, it installs the IIS feature as well. Once we are installing the Intune connector, it installs the NDES plugin and the CRP in the NDES server. Okay, and obviously the NDES server has an internal URL. But this internal URL is of no use for this mobile device, because this mobile device cannot access this internal URL, because this is only accessible over the internet. Sorry, this is only accessible over the intranet within the domain. Therefore we make use of something called Azure App Proxy. We install this App Proxy connector on one of the on-prem servers. So let's just call it Azure App Proxy connector. It can be installed on the same server as NDES, or it can be installed on a different server, but we will be installing an Azure App Proxy connector. And then in the Intune service, we are going to do a mapping of the internal URL with the external URL. So internal URL and then external URL. Okay. So this internal URL is now mapped with the external URL. What this is going to do, and this external URL is something which is provided by the Azure App Proxy. Okay, the Azure App Proxy provides the external URL and it maps that external URL with an internal URL. Okay, and obviously, as the verbiage suggests, external URL is something which is accessible externally, that is, which is something accessible over the internet. Okay, so this is the setup. Now let's just talk about the flow. Step 1 is, obviously goes without saying, the prerequisite is that a device needs to be enrolled to Intune and the device needs to be targeted by an SCEP profile from the MDM. So the first step that is going to happen is that a SCEP profile is going to be delivered by the Intune service to the MDM. So SCEP profile is nothing but a device configuration profile. So if you have worked with Intune, you would know that there are many kinds of device configuration profile that we can make in Intune. One of them is a SCEP profile. So we are going to go to Intune, make a SCEP profile, deploy it to a security group. And once the device runs a sync, the mobile device which is enrolled to Intune is going to get the SCEP profile. So that is stage 1. The mobile device gets the SCEP profile from Intune. Okay, the profile has a bunch of information in it. It has a lot of information. We will actually do a drill down on what exactly this profile is containing. But for now, let's just keep in mind that a SCEP profile is reaching out to a device which is enrolled to Intune. And now the mobile device has to take this profile, go to the CA and tell him that, hey, I have got a profile, which means that I have got a SCEP profile, which means that I am supposed to get a certificate from you. Give me the certificate. But as I already said, it's not that easy. First of all, the mobile device does not know where exactly the CA is. And secondly, any device can request for a certificate. It has to pass through an authorization and authentication phase, and the mobile device has to prove its identity, that he actually is the right user who is requesting for a certificate, right? So what this mobile device, so to talk about the first part, as I said, the mobile device does not know where to go. The mobile device does not know where the CA is. The mobile device knows where the mobile device does not know where the NDES is. CA is on the intranet. So there is no way the mobile device can access the CA. NDES is in the intranet as well as the internet. So the mobile device can access the NDES. However, at this point of time, the mobile device doesn't know where exactly the NDES is. So the mobile device is going to look into this SCEP profile, and this SCEP profile actually contains the external URL. So when we are making this SCEP profile, so let's just call it the SCEP profile. When we are making the SCEP profile, we actually contain this external URL in the SCEP profile, so that when the device gets the profile, the device knows where it is supposed to go. So this device blindly takes that profile and hits that external URL, because that URL is already present in the SCEP profile. So SCEP profile, the step 2 is going to be the device hitting the external URL. As I said, this external URL is something which is provided by the Azure App Proxy. Azure App Proxy is something which is present in the Intune service. We have to install a part of the Azure App Proxy on the intranet as well. And Azure App Proxy does two things. First is it is going to provide us an external URL. And secondly, Azure App Proxy maps that external URL with an internal URL. And this internal URL is not accessible externally. This internal URL is present is something which is present in the intranet and not on the internet. So this, as I said, the second phase is going to be the device reading that external URL and hitting that external URL. The third part, or the third step, is going to be wherein the Azure App Proxy moving the request to the internal NDES, to the internal URL, and wherein in this case the internal URL is the URL of the NDES server. So Azure App the device hits the external URL. Azure App Proxy will obviously convert it into the internal URL, and Azure App Proxy will transfer the request from this mobile device to the internal URL. And where exactly is this internal URL? This internal URL is present over here in the intranet. And this device is present on the internet as well as the intranet. So this device can actually accept requests from the internet. So now the device has actually reached from here to here via the Azure App Proxy. So request has reached the NDES, but where exactly in NDES? So whenever any device, whether that be on the internet or whether that be on the intranet, whenever any device reaches out to the NDES, that is reaches out to this internal URL, the request always lands on the IIS. Okay, because we are obviously accessing an internal URL, we are accessing a website. So where exactly is the hit supposed to happen? Where exactly is it supposed to get logged? Who exactly in the server is supposed to process that request? The IIS, right? Because internal URL is a website, right? And this is the reason why NDES, when we install NDES, we have IIS by default installed in it, because IIS is something which is accepting the request from the internal URL. Whether that request is coming from the externally or whether that request is coming from internally, it is always going to first hit the internal URL, which means it is always going to hit the IIS. Okay, so the step 4 is that the device is hitting the IIS, and that the device is hitting the internal URL, and the internal URL request is landing on the IIS of the NDES server. So this is the step 4. This was the step 3. Okay. So the device reaches out to the external URL. Azure App Proxy is mapping that external URL to the internal URL. Now Azure App Proxy is delivering that request to the internal URL. That is the step 3. The internal URL, any request that is made to the internal URL, obviously it's an URL, meaning it's a website, therefore it's going to hit the IIS of the website, IIS of the server. Therefore step 4 is that the request hits the IIS of the NDES server. So at this point of time, if we check the IIS logs, we are going to see a get operation, which means that somebody has tried to access the internal URL. At this point of time, it is the mobile device which is trying to access the IIS. We can also go to any device which is present on the intranet and try to access the internal URL. So in that, let's just say that there is another server over here. Okay, let's just say that this is a web server or another web server or an app server. In this server, we go to the browser and type this internal URL. What exactly is going to happen? This device is going to go to that internal URL. That internal URL of the NDES server, obviously, if it's an URL, it's a website. Therefore, the request is going to land in the IIS of the NDES. Therefore, there is going to be another get. Okay. All right. So the get when the get is actually happening from the mobile device, only in that case that get is going to get processed. But when a get is happening from any other device, that is not going to get processed. Why? We will talk about that later. Let's just say that right now it's only a mobile device which is trying to access the external URL. So right now we are at phase 4, wherein a get request has got logged in the IIS. Okay, now the IIS will pass over the control to the NDES plugin. This NDES plugin is installed in the server wherein we install the Intune connector. In this case, if we have installed the Intune, we are going to obviously install the Intune connector on the NDES server. Therefore, step 5 is that the request is going to travel from the IIS to the plugin, to the Intune plugin, which is installed in the same server, to the Intune plugin, or you can call it as the NDES plugin. Okay, so now NDES plugin is going to take over. As I've already said, NDES plugin gets installed. IIS got installed when we installed the NDES role. CRP and NDES plugin got installed when we installed the Intune connector. Right. So now step 5 is that the request from IIS will move on to the NDES plugin or the Intune plugin. Okay. So Intune plugin will actually check one thing before it actually passes on the request. The Intune plugin, when we install the Intune connector, we bind a certificate to this connector. The NDES plugin is going to check the thumbprint of that certificate. That's the first thing it's going to check. And the second thing that the NDES plugin is going to check is when we install and configure the IIS role in the NDES, we have to bind a certificate to the HTTPS port of this IIS. Okay, so right now I'm assuming that we have not done the setup. So obviously we don't know that what exactly this binding is and where exactly this binding is supposed to be done. We will talk about that setup later on, but let's just keep this in mind that the NDES plugin is going to do two kinds of checks. First is it is going to check the thumbprint of a certificate which was selected during the installation of Intune connector, and second is it's going to check the certificate which was bound to the IIS of the NDES server. It's going to match these two thumbprints. If we are using the same certificate with the EKU server auth client auth, the thumbprint is supposed to be the same. Therefore, if it doesn't matches, then it's going to give an error and the request is going to fail. Okay, so let's just say that NDES plugin is going to run 2 checks, and if the checks works out, then the step 5 is that the NDES plugin would forward that request to the CRP, or the certificate registration point. Again, certificate registration point is something which got installed in the server when we installed the plugin. Okay. So now the plugin has passed on the request to the CRP, or the certificate registration point. The CRP is now going to verify this request. So what CRP does, is CRP does a verify. It verifies that the request is correct or not. VERIFY. Please excuse my handwriting, guys. So CRP is going to do a verify of this request in the phase 6. And CRP does this verify in 3 phases. In the first phase, it checks the SCEP challenge. That is the expiry of the SCEP challenge, and sees that when was this request which is coming, which the mobile device has generated, when was this request created. If the request was created more than 1 hours back, then the request is rejected. Okay, so the request needs to be created within that 1 hour of time frame. That is the first thing that the CRP is going to verify. The second thing that the CRP is going to verify is the genuinity. It's going to see that the user who is requesting for this certificate is present in the Azure or not. It is going to check whether the user who is requesting for the certificate has a valid EMS license or not. It is going to check that whether the request is coming from a user who is rogue or whether the request is coming from a user who actually exists. And in the third phase of verify, the CRP is going to check the device ID and the user ID. So what it does is, via the Intune connector, it reaches out to the Intune service and it gets the device ID and the user ID and makes sure that that device ID is targeted, is mapped with a user, and that user ID is targeted by a is part of a security group. I mean, it runs it courses of checks. Okay, it verifies. So what CRP is doing in nutshell, CRP is verifying the request after it gets it from the NDES plugin. So this is phase 7, the request going to CRP, and CRP doing its verify. CRP is doing what? CRP is running 3 phases in its verify. In the first phase, it is checking the expiration of the SCEP challenge. That is, it is checking how when exactly was this request originated by the device. If it is less than 1 hour, then it is going to be entertained. If it is more than 1 hour, it is going to be rejected. In the second phase, it is going to check the genuinity of the user, and in the third phase, it is going to check the user ID and the device ID. CRP also makes sure that it goes to a registry location, HKLM software, Microsoft Intune, and makes sure that all the entries over there are fine. This key is created when we install the NDES connector, and if there are multiple instances of NDES connector installed without uninstalling the previous one, then this can get corrupted. So that could be one reason why CRP is rejecting the requests. But in short, this is what CRP is going to do. It's going to verify the request by passing it through 3 phases. Okay. Now the CRP is going to go to a registry location called HKLM software Microsoft cryptography MSCEP. So Microsoft cryptography / MSCEP, MSCEP. It's going to go to this location. Okay. So it's going to go to HKLM software Microsoft cryptography MSCEP. And in this registry location, there is a key which contains the name of template which is going to be used by the CA to issue the certificates. Let me just repeat. The CRP is going to, after it has done its verify, in the step 8, it is going to go to this location. In that same server, in that NDES server, it is going to go to HKLM software Microsoft cryptography MSCEP, and over there is a key created, and that key contains the name of the certificate template which is going to be used by the CA to issue the certificates. Obviously, when we are saying that this mobile device needs a certificate, the CA is going to issue it. But the CA is not going to issue any random certificate. There is a specific kind of certificate with a specific kind of attribute that the CA is going to generate. And that is going to be generated on the basis of a certificate template, which we have to pre-configure. So when we are doing the setup, we have to create a certificate template in the CA and we have to publish, and that certificate template is the one which the CA is going to use to issue that certificate. So when the request is going to the CRP, excuse me. So when the request is going to the CRP and the CRP has done its list of verify, then the CRP is going to go to the SCEP, and in this location the admin has pre-configured the name of this certificate template which has been published in the CA. So the admin has gone to the NDES, admin has gone to the SCEP location, and admin has already populated this location with the name of this certificate template which the CA is to use. So the CRP will go to this location, fetch the name of this certificate template, and then the CRP will pass the request to the certification authority. So the step 8 is the CRP, after doing its verify, will, I'm sorry, this is step 9. So the step 8 was CRP doing its verify. Step 8 was CRP going into the HKLM software, Microsoft cryptography SCEP location, and reading the name of the template which has been pre-configured by the admin, which is supposed to be used by the CA to issue the certificates. And step 9 is the CRP goes to the CA and requests for a certificate on behalf of the user. It carries the user principal name with it, and then it says that, hey, this user with this UPN and these attributes is asking for a certificate from this certificate template. So the CA is going to check whether that certificate template exists or not. So if we have provided incorrect information in this registry location, if we have provided a name of a certificate template which does not exist or which is not, let's just say, published, then the request is going to get cancelled. So we have to make sure that this template exists, the name which we have put in over here. So the step 9 is, okay. So the step 9 is that the request goes from the CRP to the CA, and that request contains the UPN of the user. That request contains many other attributes, one of them being the UPN and the name of the template, which is going to be used by the CA to issue the certificate for the user. Okay, so the CA is now going to make a certificate, making sure that the UPN is there, it's a valid UPN, and the template is there and the template exists, and the account that is requesting for a certificate has a privilege on that template. It's going to make a certificate and it is going to blindly provide that certificate to the CRP. So the point 10 is, or the step 10 is, I know it's getting messy, but I just want to continue the same diagram. So the point 10 is, the CA is going to reply to the CRP and say that, here, take your certificate. So now the certificate has been made by the CA and the certificate has reached to the CRP. Okay, certificate has been made, but how will the mobile device know that a certificate has been created? Because the certificate is still there at the CRP, right? The mobile device does not know that the certificate has been created. So the CRP is now going to inform the NDES plugin. The NDES plugin is going to inform the IIS that a certificate has been created. The CRP, in a way, does a notify job. So the CRP is going to notify the IIS in a way and say that a certificate has been created by the CA. Please hand it over to the device. So the step 11 is, there is no better way of doing this, but let me see if I can change the color or something. Okay, Let me just change the color. Okay, so the step 11 is notify. NOTIFY. Okay. Step 11 is notify, wherein the CRP notifies the IIS that a certificate has been created by the CA in step 10, and now the mobile device can come and take its certificate. Please hand it over to this. Please hand it over to the mobile device. Now in the step 12, the IIS is going to do a post operation. So like it did a get operation, it is now going to do a post operation. My S is not that good. It is going to do a post operation, wherein it is going to say that a cert is ready and it can be delivered to the device. The IIS does a post request. The post, we can see this get and the post in the IIS logs. Now that certificate is going to travel to from via that external URL to this through this internal URL to the Intune service, and after this post request is done, that certificate is going to be stored in a SAS location, okay, in the Intune service. So now the certificate has traveled from the intranet to the internet, and now the certificate is present in this SAS location in the Intune service. Okay, it's going to stay there for a while. It's going to stay there for interim, and then from this SAS location by the Intune service, it is going to be delivered to the device. Okay, so 12 was a post request which was done by the IIS telling that a certificate is ready, and it was delivered to the SAS, and 13 was the certificate finally getting delivered to the device. So guys, I tried to do a level 200 wherein I broke the certificate flow of a SCEP profile, and how exactly the mobile device is talking to the CA and getting from 1 to 13. So this is the level 200 view. Please go through this again to actually understand how exactly this is happening. I have documented the same as well. So just in short, the SCEP profile is reaching the device hits the external URL, and in that and makes a request, and in that URL it contains the UPN of the device who is requesting the UPN of the user who is requesting the certificate, and the SCEP profile actually contains that external URL, right? And external URL is something which is provided by the Azure App Proxy, and that external URL is mapped to an internal URL and by the Azure App Proxy, and that internal URL is that of an NDES server. So the request then goes to the NDES server. The first thing the request would go to is the IIS, because, well, the URL is published by the IIS, right? So the request would go to the IIS of the NDES server. IIS does the job in this case of redirecting the request. When the request hits the IIS of the NDES server, there is a get operation, and then that request will go to the NDES plugin. And the NDES plugin is going to check two things. First is whether it's going to check the thumbprint of the certificate that was selected during the installation of connector, and it is going to check the thumbprint of the certificate which was bound to the IIS of the NDES. Both of these is something which was done during the initial setup, which we will talk about later. Once it has done these two checks, and if it works out, then it is going to pass that request to the CRP, which we saw over here. The request was passed from the NDES plugin to the CRP. Okay, so the request is passed to the CRP. Now CRP does a verify request, wherein it checks the challenge, the genuinity, and the user ID, device ID. So over here we saw that CRP was doing three things. The CRP was checking the validity, whether if it is more than 1 hour, it was rejecting it. It was checking the genuinity, whether the user exists or not and has privileges or not, and it was checking the device ID and the user ID. Once the CRP has done its check-in, these are actually called the phases. Verify phase. VERIFY. So these are the verify phases. There are three phases. The CRP does the check in these three phases, and then the CRP passes over then the CRP is going to go to, as I said over here, the CRP is then going to go to that location in MSCEP, that registry location, and it is going to fetch the name of the certificate template, which has been pre-populated by the Intune admin. So the CRP is going to take that information. So the CRP already has the UPN of the user. CRP has also now taken the name of the template. So the CRP is now going to do a transfer to CA, right? And in this transfer to CA, it's going to provide to the CA the UPN and the certificate template. And the CRP is going to say that issue a certificate with this UPN using this template. The CA is going to make sure that the template is published, and if it is, then it's going to issue that certificate. That certificate is going to go back to the CRP, and now the CRP is going to do a notify job, wherein it will tell the IIS that certificate has been created, please tell the device to come and get it. The IIS will now do a post operation, wherein which we can see in the logs of the IIS, and then once the post has happened, the IIS will forward it to the app proxy. Then the certificate will be stored in the SAS location for the interim, that is in the Intune service. This is the place wherein the certificate has now moved from the intranet, that is the certificate has moved from the CA, which when the CA issued it in the intranet, to the Intune service in the internet, and then the certificate will be delivered to the device. Okay. I know, guys, this is long, but I mean, we need to understand the flow so that we can actually track the certificate, and all these are logged. So everything that I talked about is logged. The get operation is, let me just change the color here real quick. So as far as the logging is concerned, the get operation, oh, not very bright, huh? Let me just do this. Okay. So the get operation, it's logged. After the get operation, it goes to the NDES plugin wherein it is checking these two things. It is logged. After that, it goes to the CRP wherein the CRP is checking these three phases of the verify. Everything is logged. We can see that. If it is failing in any of the phases, we can see that. Then it goes to the MSCEP. It takes this value from the CRP, and then it goes to the CA, and then CA is issuing the certificate. We can see it in the issued templates. It comes back to the CRP. It is logged. We can see the thumbprint of the certificate which the CA has provided. Then it goes back to the IIS and does a post. Again, it is logged. We can see the IIS logs and see the post request. Then it goes to the internal URL, and then from internal to the external into the SAS, and from SAS it is delivered to the device. Again, it is logged. The device receives the certificate. The company portal logs show that the certificate is installed. The company portal logs show that. So knowing these components is important, because if we know the flow, we know that where exactly the certificate is moving from and where exactly to it is moving from, and then we can actually guess that, not guess, we can exactly know that which logs to check. If it is failing in step 10, we know that we have to check the logs at step 9, and not the logs at step 11 or 12. Okay, this is the significance of knowing this complicated diagram. Okay, now let's just talk about the prerequisite for the setup. We need to have obviously a domain controller, and we need to have a CA running on Windows Server 2K12 2K8 R2 or later in the same forest. We need to have an end device which is enrolled to Intune. Right now here the MDM device is the MDM authority is Intune, and we need to have an end device which is enrolled to Intune. Other than this, there is no other prerequisite per se. Obviously, if the device is enrolled to Intune, then the user has had an EMS license when he enrolled it. So these are the only prerequisite for the setup. Now let's just talk about setting up of NDES. So guys, now let's just talk about what needs to be done for setting up of NDES. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just skim through all the various steps that needs to be taken. for setting up of NDES. I'm just going to show it to you in one place as a form of documentation step by step, and then I'm going to follow these exact steps and do a live demo wherein I'm going to set up an NDES and then deploy a SCEP profile, do the exact same steps, and show you the trace of logs. Okay, so guys, I have actually divided this setup into two broad parts. In step one, we are going to set up the on-prem infra, wherein I'm going to set up the NDES, set up the NDES role, and then I'm going to configure it, connect it with the CA, publish a certificate in the CA, publish a certificate template in the CA, and then go back to the NDES, do all the configuration in the IIS, and make sure that everything is looking fine on the on-prem infra. Once that is done, then we will go to the portal, the Azure portal, and then we will publish the NDES as an enterprise application, and then we will make use of the Azure App Proxy, and then we will link that external URL to the internal URL. We will then make a SCEP profile, and then we will enroll a device, and then we will see that whether the profile and the certificate is reaching the device or not, and when it is, we will do a tracking of the flow of the certificate. Okay, so guys, let's just start with setting up of the on-prem infra. And as I said that I'm going to go through this very quickly because it will be better if we actually see this live, see this in action. But for documentation, I just want to show this to you. It is in steps and it is in one place. So if you follow this step by step, then you should be good. You won't have to go through any other documentation. So as I said, setting up of infra, there are two things that we have to set up in infra. That is in our on-prem. Widely, it can be categorized into two categories. First is a setting up of the NDES and the CA server and whatever comes with it. When I say whatever comes with it, it means that whatever configurations that needs to be done with it. And the second is setting up of Intune connector and whatever comes with it. When I say whatever comes with it, I mean that whatever certificate that needs to be selected while installation of Intune connector, and we need to sign into Intune connector, and along with that we need to install the Azure App Proxy as well. So let's just do the part 01 first, and then we will do the part 02. Okay, so setting up of NDES or setting up of NDES and CA and whatever comes with it. So the prerequisite is that we just need a domain controller and a CA. All you need is a new server running on Windows Server 2012 or R2. That is where I'll be doing my practical. The first thing that I will do is I will log into that server and make sure it's connected to the domain, and then make sure it has connectivity to the CA. And then the first thing I'll do is go into the server roles and features, install the NDES role. Once that role is installed, I will configure that role, and then I will configure the CA, and then I will do a few more changes that needs to be done. So let's just talk in detail about what needs to be done while installing the first part A, that is installation of the NDES. So as I said, the server needs to be running on Windows Server 2012 or later. We have to go to Server Manager, and from there we have to install the NDES role. Once that role is installed, along with that, we have to install a few prerequisites as well. So these prerequisites are actually not needed for all of them, are not needed for NDES role, but they are needed for NDES connector, which we are going to install later on. So it will be better if we install, when we are installing the NDES role, we install these as well. So go to the Server Manager and then select NDES from which comes with the CA, a part of CA. Make sure that we are not installing NDES on the CA, and once that is done, in the features we have to select request filtering, ASP.NET 3.5, .NET 3.5 and HTTP activation, ASP.NET 4.5, and then HTTP activation feature over here. And then under management tools, IIS 6 management compatibilities, we have to choose these two options. And then we have to make sure that when we are installing the NDES role, we have to provide a account. I would suggest and recommend that please make use of a service account while installing NDES role, and that account which we are using needs to be a part of the IIS user group. So in the NDES server, open the computer management and then go to the groups, and then there are many inbuilt groups like remote desktop group, local administrator group. Similarly, we have a group called IIS user. Uh, IS_I user. In that group, the service account which we are going to make use of for certificate issuance, that should be a part of this group. Okay, and once that is done, uh, the configuration of NDES is done. Once the configuration of NDES is done, you would notice that the server would, I mean, it's better if you reboot the server. Once you have installed the role and installed all these components, and then once you configure the role, you will have to provide the service account, and then you will have to connect it to a CA. You will have to provide the name of FQDN of the CA to which this NDES is going to connect to. Once we have done that, after that we will notice that there is a IIS role automatically installed in the server as well, because when we were installing these features, one of these features was IIS. And uh, installing the NDES role actually activates the MSCEP library. So if we go to the registry location, we will be, which I'll be showing it to guys, it will have an MSCEP key created, and if we open up the IIS, we will be able to see an MSCEP pool also over there. Once that is done, the first thing that I would request you guys to do is set the SPN or the service principal name for the NDES service account. So once that role is installed and once that role is configured, run this command, which is going to set the SPN or the service principal name for the NDES service account. So the command is set SPN -s HTTP server FQDN, and then the name of the service account which we have created. So also one more thing, guys. Once we install and configure the NDES role, the NDES server gets 2 RA certificates from the CA issued to it. So that is something which you will be able to see in the trusted root in the trusted store of the NDES. If you open up the trusted store after the NDES role is installed, you will be able to see 2 RA certificates in the trusted root store. These certificates are important. Don't delete them, and we will later on discuss what are the significance of these RA certificates and where actually do they come from. Okay, so this is all about installing the NDES role and the other components. The role installation of NDES role is quite simple and straightforward. Just the server manager, and configuration of the NDES role also very straightforward. Just need to provide a service account and need to connect it to a CA. Once that is done, just set the SPN and that's all needs to be done. Okay. Now configuring the role and the server. Obviously, as I have already said, we have to provide a service account, which actually comes under as a part of a configuration. Okay, and we have to connect it to a CA after we have completed the installation. And as I said that once the NDES role has been configured, the mscep.dll is activated, and if we go into the IIS, we will be able to see a SCEP pool which is created. So and we can also actually see, if we go to the IIS and click on application pool and click on that SCEP pool, we can actually see the service account that was used during the installation. And as I said, once the NDES role is installed, the mscep.dll is activated, and this mscep.dll, and the place wherein we can see that is HKLM software Microsoft cryptography, and then a key is created with the name of mscep, which shows that the mscep.dll is activated. And this key has many subkeys which I will show you and which we will talk about during the practicals. Now, once this is done, our NDES is ready. Now we have to do something. We have to follow few steps in the CA, and then we will come back to the NDES. The first thing we need to do in the CA is we have to export the trusted root certificate. That is a certificate which the CA has issued to the CA. This certificate is needed for chain building, and this certificate needs to be provided to the devices as well from the Intune portal. So from the Intune portal, we actually make two profiles. One is the SCEP profile and one is the trusted root profile. The trusted root profile contains this root certificate, which the CA has issued to itself, and it is used for chain building. Meaning that let's just say there is an end device and that end device is getting the SCEP certificate. So that SCEP certificate is going to be issued by the CA and issued to the end user who is requesting for the certificate. But how is the end user supposed to trust that certificate? The end user would trust that certificate only when that certificate comes from a trusted location. And in this case, the trusted location is the root certificate, that is the root CA. So what we'll have to do is to generate the root certificate, we will have to go to the CA and run this certutil command. Running the certutil command is actually going to generate the root certificate in .cer file, which is going to which you can make use of. The second thing that we need to, and please make sure that we are doing this in sequence. So once the NDES has been configured with whatever it needed to be configured, log into the CA. First thing we need to do is export the root certificate and then keep this root certificate aside. Now, the second thing that we need to do is duplicate a template for the issuance of certificate. So the end user is going to get a certificate, right? That's the end goal of this. So that certificate needs to be issued by the CA using a certificate template. So that template needs to be created and published, right? I mean, we have to specify a template, right? So we can use the existing templates or we can create our own template which the CA is going to use. So obviously we over here what we are going to do is we are not going to mess with the existing templates. We are going to create our new template. The way to do that is go to the user or the computer template, right click on it and do a duplicate. Once we duplicate that, a new instance of that certificate is created. We can name it accordingly, and we will be using this certificate template for issuance of certificates to the devices. However, after we right click on that user or the computer template and we create a copy of it, we will have to provide it a name. Obviously, we will have to provide it a different name from which it was created before. Once we have provided it a name, there are many other things which we need to customize. The first thing we need to take care of is we need to go into the extensions tab. So once we right click, once that certificate is created, it's going to have many tabs, right? It's going to have a general tab, security tab, extension tab, many tabs over there. So in the general tab, we are going to provide it a name, and we have to go to the extensions tab and then click on application policy and check whether it has the client authentication EKU or not. So guys, it's like this. Whatever parameters are there in the certificate templates is going to be the parameter in the certificate that it is going to issue. Meaning that let's just say that this is the CA and this in the CA we have made a certificate template. So the CA it has got many certificate templates, right? So let's just say that there is a certificate template 1 and then certificate template 2 and so on and so forth, right? So we have, there was a certificate template 1. We used this template, we right clicked on it, did a copy and duplicate and created another certificate template 2, and we customized it according to ourselves. Okay. So now the CA is going to use this certificate template to issue the certificates. So so this certificate template is generating certificates, right? It has generated C1, C2 and C3. So whatever are the parameters of this certificate template would be the parameters of these certificates, right? I mean, it goes without saying these certificates are generated by these certificates generated by this certificate template. So in a way, these certificates are molded by this certificate template. So the parameters of this certificate template and the parameters of this certificate are going to be the same. The only thing difference is it's going to be issued to different names. So what I'm trying to say is these certificates are actually going to be used for, let's just say, Wi-Fi authentication, which means client authentication. So these certificates should have that that option of client authentication in it, meaning they should have the EKU of client authentication. We refer to it as EKU. So these certificates should have the EKU of client authentication. And these certificates will have the EKU of client authentication only if the certificate template has that EKU of client authentication. So we have to make sure that once we are duplicating the template, we go to the extensions tab and then application policy tab, and then we are able to see client authentication over there. If we are not seeing, then probably we have not duplicated it from a correct template. Okay. And then in the same tab, if we are deploying it to a iOS or a Mac usage, then under the extensions tab key uses, we have to uncheck this option. We have to uncheck the allow private key to be exported option, because the private key is not exportable in case of PKCS. I'm sorry, private key is not exportable in case of SCEP. It is exportable in case of PKCS. Okay. In the security account, in the security tab, we have to add the NDES service account, the service account which we use during the installation of NDES. And then in the validity period, we have to set the validity accordingly. So whatever is the validity of the certificate template is going to be the validity of the certificate that the template is going to issue. And whatever our infra admins suggest, we can set it accordingly. In the subject name tab, we have to click on supply in the request. Okay. Once that is done, we will have to run this command in the command in CMD, in command prompt. So we will have to go over there and run this command. This command is actually going to configure the CA for the validity period which we have set over there. So just in short, guys, nothing much to be done in the CA. Just once the NDES has been configured, log into the CA. First step, export the root CA. Root certificate. The second step is just duplicate an existing template and create a new template which is going to be used to issue the certificates, and then just customize this new template. When I say customize this, we have to follow these steps and make sure that all these are taken care of. We have to uncheck few options, check few options. Once these are done, just run this command and your CA would be good. Okay. Once this is good, once this is done, we will come back to the NDES and do a final touch. The first thing that we will do is in the NDES server, we will go to this location, HKLM software Microsoft cryptography SCEP, and in that location we are going to provide the name of this template. So we duplicated from an existing template which was CT1, we created a new template called CT2, right? So this CT2, we will provide the name of this template in this location. So over there is a key, and over this key we will provide this name CT2. The NDES, as I said, if you go back over here, let me just recap for a little while. As I said, the NDES goes to the CA. I mean, the CRP was going. I mean, once the verify was done, if you guys remember, this the step 8 was it was going to this MSCEP location, taking a look of over the name of the template which was present in the NDES, and then in the step 9 it was going to the CA, presenting the UPN and the certificate template name and saying that issue a certificate. So this in this location, the name of the certificate template needs to be there, right? Which the admin has to pre-populate. So that is what we are doing over here. We are providing that name of the certificate template by going into this registry location in the NDES. Just make sure that this name is correct and this certificate has been published in the CA. Once that is done, we have to go to again this location and HKLM system current control set services HTTP parameters, and we have to create two dword values. One is called max field length and the second is called max request bytes, and the value of those dword values is going to be 65534. Okay, now very cautiously we have to open up an MMC and in the NDES server, and then we have to request two certificates. These two certificates are going to be issued to the NDES by the CA. Okay. The first certificate needs to have the EKU of client authentication. Please listen very carefully. We have to request for two certificates from the NDES. These certificates obviously will be issued by the CA. The first certificate will be a client certificate and the second certificate will be a server certificate. Okay. The client certificate and the client certificate is the one which we are going to choose when we install the Intune connector. So as I said, the next step is setting up the Intune connector. I'm just for fast forwarding for a while. And once we install the the Intune connector, we have to select a certificate. So this is that certificate, client certificate. So let me just rewind. In the NDES, we are going to go to the MMC and then request for two certificates. One is client authentication and the other one is server authentication. The use of this client authentication certificate is it's going to be bound to the Intune connector. Okay, and the use of this server authentication certificate is it is going to be bound to the IIS of the NDES server. So once we have requested for these two certificates, we will open up IIS in this NDES server and we will bind this server authentication certificate to the port 443, that is port HTTPS of this NDES server. How to do that? I will show it in the practical. But please keep in mind that in the NDES server, we have to bind this. So just to wrap it up, when I say that we have to do final touch on the NDES, first is we have to edit the registry value so that the NDES knows which registry it is going, what is the name of the template which it is going to use while requesting for a certificate from the CA. Make sure that this name is correct and it is make sure that it is correct to the dot, as in there is no spelling mistakes in the registry, and it is published by the CA. Once that is done, we will have to go to this location and then configure the max field length and max request bytes. Once that is done, we will have to request two certificates from the NDES by the CA. First is going to be a client authentication certificate and the second is going to be a server authentication certificate. So obviously the client, if I say that it is going to be a client authentication certificate, it means that it needs to be generated from a template which has this client authentication EKU. The second certificate is going to be a server authentication certificate, which means that it needs to be generated by a certificate which has server authentication EKU. So when you when you open up the MMC, right click and then click on request for a new certificate from the NDES, it will actually give you the option that which certificate template you want to use to issue this certificate. So over there, we have to make sure that when we are requesting for a client authentication certificate, the template that we use has this EKU. Now there is a shortcut. The shortcut is instead of requesting for two certificates, we can actually request for one certificate. Okay, this eases things up. This one certificate needs to have both the EKUs, the client authentication and the server authentication. It is not mandatory. You can go with different certificates as well, or you can go with the same certificate. Same as in one certificate having both the EKUs. Like for example, if you want a client authentication certificate and a server authentication certificate, that is if you want one certificate with both the EKUs, it can be generated from, let's just say, a user template or a computer template. So if we are generating it from a user template or if we are generating it from a computer template, then these two templates have client authentication as well as server authentication in its EKU. Okay. So if we do that, then there is only one certificate. So obviously the same certificate is going to be bound to the IIS and the same certificate would be bound to the Intune connector. Okay, if it's a different, then make sure that we know which one we are binding where. If we do the other way around, it's going to be it's going to fall apart. The server authentication will be bound to the IIS. The client authentication will be bound to the Intune connector. If there is just one certificate, then obviously the same certificate is bound in both the places. Why it is so, I will explain later. Adding S channel, let's just skip this for now. We will talk about this later as well. Now, one of the part is done. Now the only thing that needs to be done is installation of Intune connector. Okay, so we can have multiple instances of Intune connector, as in we can have more than one Intune connector. If we have more than one NDES server, we can have more than one Intune connector, right? So many organizations go for more than one NDES server, as in they will have NDES 1, NDES 2, and then they will load balance it like using an F5 or something like that, using a load balancer in front of the NDES. So in our scenario, we have just one NDES. Therefore, in that NDES server, we will be installing the Intune connector. Obviously, as I've said before, the NDES server needs to have access to the internet, because once the Intune connector is installed, we have to sign into it. Okay. So we have to download we have to go to the portal, and from the portal we can download the Intune connector, and then we have to double click on it, run it as an admin, and then install the Intune connector. During the installation, we have to select the client authentication certificate, which we requested in the previous step from the CA. So we have to make sure that we are requesting the correct certificate, and then we have to provide the NDES service account over here and its password once we are configuring the Intune connector. Once that is done, once the Intune connector is installed, after that, if we open up the IIS and go to the pools, we will be able to see an additional pool named CRP. So as I've said before, installing the Intune connector does two things. First is it installs the NDES plugin, and the second is it installs the CRP role. So it will be installing the CRP role, and these two work in tandem. Okay, so once it is installed, now in the Intune connector, we have to log in. Okay, so this login needs to be done by a global admin. And once we log in with the global admin in the Intune connector, once we have done the login, global admin in the Azure portal. Okay, so global admin or Intune admin, both will do. It needs to, there are only two prerequisites. It needs to be an Intune admin or global admin, not Intune admin and global admin. Sometimes having multiple roles causes problem. And the other thing that it needs to have is an EMS license. Sometimes just an additional information, sometimes it still doesn't work, and I have seen issues wherein it had only one admin role and it had the EMS license, but it was still not working. That issue was resolved by logging in using an user which was created on the cloud, rather than by a user which was synced from the Azure which was synced from the on-prem Active Directory. That is something which you can try as well if you're running into issues. But long story short, double click and install the Intune connector. Once the Intune connector is installed, it will ask you for the service account. Provide that service account. It will ask you for a certificate. Select the client authentication certificate. Then next finish. Once the installation is done, it will be showing as active in our portal. We will have to log into that Intune connector using a global admin, which needs to have an EMS license assigned to it. And once it is installed successfully, if we open up IIS in the server, we will be able to see the CRP role. Okay, and also we will be also this server at this point of time is going to get a certificate from the Intune service called SC Online Issuing Certificate. This certificate is issued to the NDES by the Intune service, and it gets renewed every 1 year. And it is used for a secure communication between the Intune connector and the Intune service. Okay. Also, as I said, that once we are installing the Intune connector, we have to select the correct certificate. So let's just say that we made a selection and now we are not sure which certificate we selected. So what we can do is we can go to the location HKLM software, Microsoft Intune, and over there we can see the thumbprint of the certificate which was used during the installation of Intune connector. Not much to be done, but make sure that we are doing it right and we are doing it in this sequence. Once this is done, what we have to do is we have to reboot the server. Once the Intune connector is done, it is incumbent that we reboot the NDES server. Okay. Once the server is rebooted and the server comes back up, we are going to go to the Internet Explorer of the server, and we are going to go to the website https:// fqdn of the server /searchserv/mscep/mscep.dll. Okay, so let me just do this notepad. Let me just show it to you guys. So https:// we can either type fqdn of the server or do a local host and then cert serve /mscep/mscep.dll. We have to go into this URL, and if this URL is giving us a 403 forbidden error, then everything is fine. If it is not giving us a 403 forbidden, if it's giving us a 404, 500, 501, 403.7 or anything other than 403, then it means that there is something wrong. Why should it give 403 and what it means if it's not giving a 403, we will discuss that later. But if everything was done correctly until now, and if we rebooted the server came back up properly, it is ideally supposed to give us a 403 forbidden error when we go to this URL. Okay. All right. So that is all that we needed to do from the on-prem. These are all the steps that we needed to take on the on-prem environment. I mean, from the in our domain. Now we have to go to the Azure portal and follow few steps. First is, and obviously there is one thing which I skipped over here, is after I have installed the Intune connector, we have to install the Azure App Proxy. So Azure App Proxy is also a connector which we can get it from the Intune portal. Azure App Proxy is fairly straightforward. Just download the exe from the portal, go to a server. It can be the same as the NDES server or a different server. It just needs to be in the domain. Just double click on that server. Just double click on that exe and then next finish. We will have to log into that Azure App Proxy again using a global admin or an Intune admin account. I believe Intune admin in this case would not work. It needs to be a global admin. So once we log in, it's all done. Nothing much to be done in the configuration of Azure App Proxy. Okay, so now we have to go back to the portal, that is the Azure portal, and then we have to publish the NDES. So let me just rewind a little and let's just refer back to this diagram. At various stages I will be referring back to this diagram, because if we have this diagram in our mind, we will be able to relate this and do all the kind of troubleshooting. So as I said that the external URL to which the mobile device reaches out to, that is mapped to an internal URL, and that internal URL is that of the NDES server. So this mapping, as I said, is done by the Azure App Proxy, right? So that mapping is something which we have to do. Right now we have done this side of the setup. Okay, right now this setup is done, everything is ready. The internal URL is giving the 403 forbidden error. It is giving us the 403 forbidden error, but the external URL is not ready yet, because the internal URL is giving 403. The external URL is also supposed to give 403, because external URL is redirecting to internal URL. So even though we are accessing the external URL, we are in a way getting redirected to the internal URL. So we have to do this mapping in the Azure App Proxy. That is what we are going to do. So the way to do that mapping is, let me show you guys. We have to install as I already said, we have to install the Azure App Proxy. And once that Azure App Proxy is installed, we need to sign into it using a global admin. Obviously, Azure App Proxy, after we install the Azure App Proxy, we have to sign in. So it also needs to have access to the internet. It can be on the same server as the NDES server if you don't want an extra server to build. And obviously, if it needs to have access to the internet, then the port 80 and 443 outbound traffic should be running. I mean, should be open. And once we install the Azure App Proxy, this service gets created automatically, Microsoft AD Application Proxy Connector service. Okay. And just like Intune Connector, the App Proxy also starts showing as online and active in the Intune portal. We haven't done anything yet. Now we have to do that mapping of the external URL with the internal URL. This is what we are going to do now. So this external URL is going to be mapped with the internal URL of the NDES server. Okay. So that whenever a device reaches out to the, so let's just, this is a mobile device, the mobile device reaches out to the external URL, he automatically gets redirected to the internal URL. Why do we need this? Because this mobile device is present in the internet, and this NDES is a part of the NDES is, let's just say NDES is present in the internet as well as the intranet, but this internal URL of the NDES is in the intranet part of the device, right? That is accessible only internally. Therefore we need to do this mapping so that the internal URL gets, so that the external URL is getting converted into the internal URL, because the device cannot directly reach out to the internal URL because this internal URL is not publicly accessible. Okay, so we are doing this mapping right now. That is the significance of using the Azure App Proxy. Okay, it provides us that external URL and we do this mapping over here. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to click on enterprise application and then click on on-premise application, and then in the name we have to provide a general name of the application. Probably we can call it NDES. In the internal URL we have to provide this internal URL. In the external URL tab we have to provide this external URL tab. That's all needs to be done, nothing much. Just install the Azure App Proxy, next finish, and then log into it using a global admin credential, and it will start showing as active in the portal. Once that is done, go to the Azure blade of the Intune portal, and then click on enterprise application and create a new application. Over there, give the name to the application. We can call it NDES or anything. In the internal URL, give the internal URL of the NDES server. When I say internal URL, it has to be https://fqdn of the server. That's all. Or you can give this this internal URL the entire thing, that is that is this http://localhost. In case of localhost, we cannot give localhost over here. We have to give in the fqdn of the server. Okay, and then search serve, then mskip.mskip.dll. Once we enter the external URL, it will automatically generate an once we enter the internal URL, the Azure App Proxy will automatically generate an external URL and show it to us. Just copy it from there, keep it handy with you. Okay, nothing else needs to be done over here. This external URL which we have copied from here is what travels to the device. Okay, so if we come back to our drawing, the Intune service is deploying a SCEP profile, and as I said, the SCEP profile contains an external URL, and the mobile device reaches out to that external URL. So this external URL is what we just now got from the Azure App Proxy. The Azure App Proxy took the internal URL, mapped it to the external URL, provided us the external URL over there. We copied that, and once we make the SCEP profile, we will in the Intune service, we will be providing this external URL, and this external URL will go to the mobile device. Okay, all right, so let's just come back over here. All right, so the external URL is set, the Azure App Proxy is set. Now we just have to create a SCEP profile and deploy it. So creating a SCEP profile is pretty much straightforward. All that needs to be done is we have to give the name of a SCEP profile, and then we have to select the operating system, that is to which OS we want to deploy, and then we need to select the in the certificate type, we have to select SCEP. There are many other types like trusted root, Wi-Fi, VPN, device restriction, and whatnot. So we have to select the correct type of certificate. Once we do that, depending upon the OS that we choose, it will give us some options that we need to configure, as in what is the validity of the certificate that we are requesting, what is the, there are many options which we need to configure when we are making a SCEP profile. The most important thing that we need to configure over here are two things. First is what is the type of what is the usage of that certificate. So that can be any purpose, server authentication or client authentication. If this SCEP certificate is going to be used for Wi-Fi authentication, then we have to select client authentication over here. And the second thing that we need to keep in mind while creating that SCEP profile is the external URL. So this external URL is same as what we copied from here, which the app proxy provided us. That external URL is something which we will provide in the SCEP profile, and then we will assign the SCEP profile to a user group. So again, if we recall the flow, the end user device is going to get that SCEP profile. From the SCEP profile, it's going to look at the external URL. It is going to hit the external URL. App proxy is going to convert that external to internal. Internal is at the NDES. It's going to hit the IIS of the NDES. The IIS is going to do a GET response. Then IIS will forward it to the NDES plugin. NDES plugin will do its list of checks, and then to the CRP. CRP will do its verify request, and then it will forward it to the CA. CA will publish that certificate again back to CRP. From CRP back to IIS, then the post request, and then back to the Intune service in a SaaS location, and back to the device. Okay, that's how it's going to work out. And then we, as I said, when we are doing a SCEP profile assignment, we have to select the OS, the type, the validity, the EKU, the usage, and we have to link this with a root certificate, right? So the root certificate is something which we generated from the CA by using that certutil command. We have to make sure that this SCEP certificate is SCEP profile is linked with the trusted root profile. Okay. A tip: make use of the external URL in the profile correctly and assign it to a correct security group. If the external URL is incorrect, then obviously it won't get translated to the internal URL correctly and the flow would break. Okay, now let's just say that everything has been done, everything is in place, we have assigned it. Now we want to track a request. Now we want to see whether the device, now we want to track all of these. Now we want to track all of these, all this hodgepodge diagram that I have made from starting from 1 to 13. We want to track all of these 1 2 3 4 5 6. We want to track all of these and check all of the logs and see where exactly it is not working out, right? How exactly do we do that? What logs to follow? The first thing that we can obviously check is whether the CA has issued it or not. Okay, I am assuming that the profile has been made correctly. If that is the case, then obviously the first thing to check is, the first place the log gets logged is the IIS, right? But before we check the IIS, I always recommend checking the certificate authority, and in the certificate authority, seeing that whether the certificate has been issued or not. Okay, that's usually the first place I check. Okay, now from the logging perspective, if you remember the diagram, the first hit was there in the IIS, right? The external URL to internal, the internal was there in the NDES, and it was getting logged in the IIS. So first we will be checking the IIS requests, and then we will be seeing whether it is getting the post, and the first it will get the get. So whether it is getting the get or not. Post is when it has got the certificate, right? It was at the end. I think it was step 11 or 10, right? But the first step is get. That is, the device has reached the internal URL. Now this get means that the device is just reaching the internal URL. That doesn't mean that the certificate has been issued yet. Once that is there, then we will take a look over the NDES plugin log, and then we will take a look at the CRP log and see all the three various validation phases which I was talking about. Then we will take a look over the NDES service connector logs, and then we will take a look over then we will do some end level troubleshooting, as in we will check the company portal logs of the device in case of Android and iOS, and if it's in Windows, we will check whether that certificate is showing in the personal store of the Windows or not. Once that is all done, the devices, and if the device has got the certificate, then the device is supposed to report it back to the Intune portal, and it is supposed to show succeeded. So this is the flow of logs. I'm sure that for us also it should correspond with the flow in the diagram. And when I do the practical, I will make sure that I adhere to this flow and I show you guys everything one by one. Okay, but before we go there, first things first, let's just take a look over the logs that I was just talking about over here, and where exactly the logs are present. The IIS logs, the NDES connector logs, the CRP, the NDES plugin log, the CRP log, the NDES connector log, and the company portal logs. Okay. So first, I said that the first thing that we would do is go to the CA and see whether the certificate has been issued or not. So open up the CA, go open up the MMC, go to the issued certificate, and over here you can see that a certificate has been issued to Greg S, and Greg S is actually the service account that has been used. It's not the name of the end user, it's the service account. Okay, and it has used this template while issuing the certificate. So this is the template which was published in the CA, and this is the template which was present in that SCEP key of the NDES. Okay, if we check the thumbprint, we can see that this is the thumbprint of the certificate. And over here we can see the end name of the end user. So it was Tom who enrolled his device, and the SCEP profile was targeted to Tom. Therefore the certificate has been issued to the common name, because that's how the SCEP profile was made. Therefore we can see all the parameters from here. Certificate has been generated to Tom, this is the thumbprint, and this is the template that was used, and this is the service account that was used. Okay, that's all we can see from the CA. Now the first thing we will be doing is checking the IIS logs of the NDES server to see whether there are any GET requests or not. That is, whether the device is able to hit the external URL and then to the internal URL and then the internal URL, that is and then the IIS of the NDES server. Place to check that is C drive, inetpub, log files, and then this folder. Inside that there will be many log files, and then just pick the latest one if you're checking it real time, and then you should be able to see the IIS logs. Just double click on the IIS logs and you should be able to see all kinds of operations going on over there. So like in this case, you are able to see this is the IIS logs for, this is the log for a successful delivery, successful search delivery. Okay, so in this case I enrolled a device and everything happened successfully. So the first thing I was able to see was, as I was saying, that we get something like get CA cert and get CA caps, and then it does a verify request, and then the certificate is issued. So at this point of time the certificate is, so okay, so let me just go back over here and let me just clarify this for you. Uh, 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 there are two sections in that log. So once the request hit the IIS, one log, I mean one stage of the logging is at the stage 4 and 5. That is once the request came in, 4 and 5. And the other side of the log is once the request came from CRP to the IIS to do a post, right? So one is, so I mean the device is reaching out to the IIS, and then the IIS is notifying the device once the certificate is there. So there will be two sections in that log if we are looking at a successful log. Okay, so the first section is once the request came in to the IIS, wherein we are able to see a get CA cert and get CA caps, and then it's going to do a verify request, and this is the initial phase. Okay, from here to here. Once everything happened, once CA issued the certificate and then it went back to the CRP, then CRP told the please remember the diagram. Then CRP told the IIS that a cert has been generated, please deliver to the device. Then what did the IIS do? The IIS did a post wherein it tried to notify the device that a certificate has been generated, please take this certificate, and then it reached out to the Intune service and uploaded that certificate to a SaaS location. So this means successful post to the device means that a successful certificate was generated by the CA and the IIS got that certificate. Okay, this means that the device was able, from here to here, it means that the device was able to reach out to the CA, and it was the device was able to reach out to the NDES, the IIS of the NDES, and then the IIS forwarded that request. So if the request is coming from a mobile device, that is if it's coming from the from an iOS, Android, or a Windows device, and it had a profile assigned to it, then we will be able to see this get CA cert and get CA caps. However, if we are trying to open it from a browser, so I can open that mscep.dll, I can open that internal URL, or not the internal URL, I can open that external URL which the device is reaching out to from a browser as well. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to get a certificate, right? Why? We will talk about that later. But if the device is not reaching out, if it is just a browser, then we see a log like this. Okay. So if we are seeing a log like this, it means that a browser tried to access the external URL, which got converted to an internal URL, and then it got logged in the IIS. However, if a device tried to access the external URL, the log would be something like this, okay? Wherein we will be able to see a get CA cert and get CA caps and verify request. And if the certificate was correctly generated and the IIS got the certificate, then the log would be like this, wherein the IIS would do a post, wherein the IIS would notify to the device. Okay, this is the breakdown of an IIS log. The next thing is the NDES plugin log. It is present under this location: C-type program files, Microsoft Intune, NDES policy module, and logs. It doesn't contain a lot of information. The NDES plugin log, it just contains it just, I mean, there is nothing much you can see in the NDES plugin log. It's just going to do a few verify at the background. It's just going to make sure that the thumbprint of the certificate is all fine and everything is in place. Okay, nothing much to be seen from here. However, what we can see from here is that what NDES plugin log is doing afterwards. So if you remember, the NDES plugin log sends the request to the CRP. So over here we can see that it's sending the request to the CRP. The CRP is doing a verify of the request, and if you remember, in verify we had got 3 phases. So this is the result of each phase is going to be shown up over here, and it's going to say that it has got it has exited with 0x0, that is, it was successful, and then again 0x0, and then again 0x0, that is, all the 3 phases were successful. Okay, so not much to be seen at the NDES plugin log, but we can see that how exactly the flow is happening. Okay, the next thing that we can see is the NDES connector service log. It is present under HKLM. It is present under C-drive program files, Microsoft, and NDES service connector logs and logs. This log is a bit more verbose, and it contains few more information. So NDES connector log is actually going to, so if you remember, the CRP got the CRP when the CRP got the certificate, the CRP passed it to the IIS, right? And the IIS did a post. So the CRP didn't pass it directly to the IIS. The CRP logs it somewhere as well. So that logging is done in the NDES service connector log. So over here you can actually see the thumb. This is the only place wherein you can see the thumbprint of the certificate. Okay, so let me show you guys the thumbprint of the certificate which was generated. Okay, so CA generated the some thumbprint of a certificate which is EFB1, and if I check this log, I'm able to see a certificate with EFB1. This is the only log which will log the thumbprint of the certificate. Obviously this gets logged after the CA has generated the certificate on its way back. So there are two ways, right? One is when it is going from 1 2 3 4 5 6, and the way back is when the CA has issued it. So this is logged when it is on the way back. When the CA has issued it, the CRP has got it, and it is getting logged in the NDES service connector, and then it will be logged in the IIS as a post. Okay, and then in the CRP log it will show the various phases that it is going to check. Like if you remember, there are 3 phases where it checks the genuinity, the validity, and the user ID and the device ID. So over here it says the various phases, that phase 1 started and then finished, and 2 started and finished, and 3 started and finished, and then at the end it does the notify to the when it gets the certificate. Between this and this, it will get logged in the NDES connector.svc log, wherein the thumbprint of the certificate is there. Once that is there, then it will do the notify, and then it will go to the IIS. IIS will do a post. It will drop the file, and it will in the IIS also, you can see that it is, once the file is dropped from here, the notify is finished from here, it gets it logs that post thing in the IIS, and then the certificate is uploaded in a SaaS location. Okay. Now the company portal logs, nothing much to be seen in the company portal logs. I've extracted the company portal logs from an Android device. So what you need to go is in the Android device that you need to see the OMADM log underscore 0, which is the latest one. And then nothing much to be seen. So if you remember that we were able to see get CA caps and get CA certs in the IIS logs, right? So the device is sending this get CA caps and get CA certs. Okay, that is why we are able, when we are seeing the IIS logs, if you remember over here, we were able to see this get CA cert and get CA caps. So the device is sending from, as we just now saw in the company portal logs, the device is sending that get CA caps and get CA certs. Therefore, it is and it is hitting that IIS. Therefore, it is getting logged as get CA caps and get CA cert. When we are trying to access that external URL from a browser, it doesn't do a get CA caps and get CA cert. Therefore, this was a browser log, and then there are no get CA caps and get CA cert over here. Okay. So this is the company portal log. It will just do the get CA cert, get CA caps, and then show the it will show the thumbprint of the certificate and the certificate policy ID, which has been installed. Nothing much to be seen here. If we are able to check out all the logs until here, then this is actually going to show that there are some cases wherein the certificate reaches the device, but the certificate doesn't get installed on the device. For example, I was working on a case wherein the certificate was getting issued, but in case of a HoloLens, so HoloLens is just like a smart glass by Microsoft. So the certificate was getting issued, but the HoloLens was not installing it. That is something which we realized while looking at the company portal logs, that the CA issued it, all the logs were in place, but the company portal logs showed that the certificate was not getting installed. Okay, so company portal logs can show this. If we look at the thumbprint, this is how in case of Windows, we can open up the MMC and go to the personal store of the Windows, and then we can see the thumbprint of the certificate. In case of iOS, all we'll have to do is go to the settings, and then so this is a certificate that was delivered to the IIS. So what I first did was I went to the CA and I checked for that certificate. The thumbprint for that certificate was F1A1. Okay, then I went to that iOS device, clicked on settings, and then clicked on management profile. In the management profile, I was able to see two SCEP certificate. One is issued by MS Organization Access, which is issued when the device is enrolled, and the second was the SCEP certificate that I issued to the device, which is from my lab. Okay, I clicked on this. The common name was iOS. This was the common name because this is the user that was used to enroll the device. And when I scrolled down, I was able to see the thumbprint of the certificate, right? So this thumbprint of the certificate F1A1 matches with the thumbprint of the certificate, which I was able to see from the CA. Okay, the same thing for Android as well. And I enrolled an Android device, and then the Android device got a certificate. I went to the CA and checked the thumbprint was F828. Then I went to the settings and then searched for user credentials. I was able to see a certificate with F828. I clicked on it and I was able to see the complete thumbprint of the certificate. Okay, that's how we can track in case of iOS as well and Android. Once in case of Android or iOS or Windows, once that is done, the device reaches back to the portal. So if we click on that SCEP profile and then if we go to device status, it is supposed to show as succeeded. So once the device gets the profile and the certificate from the CA, it reports as succeeded, and then we can know that everything was fine. Okay, so guys, now it's time for the interesting thing. Now we are going to do a demo, and as I promised, I don't have any setup done beforehand. I'm going to build an NDES server right in front of you guys and then configure the CA and do everything that has been demonstrated in the deck. So let me just go back, and I'm going to strictly adhere to this deck, and I would suggest that you guys also do the same, and this would actually simplify the things for us. So as I said, let me just get my highlighter. Setting up of NDES, as I said, I have divided it into two parts. First is setting up of on-prem infra, and the second is all the settings that needs to be done from the Azure portal. So let's just start with setting up of the on-prem infra. And as I said, if you guys remember, setting up of the on-prem infra was divided into two parts. First was setting up of the NDES and CA, and the second was setting up of Intune connector and the Azure App Proxy. Okay, so let's just start with the part one, that is setting up of NDES and the CA. So this is the first part. This is what we are going to start with. The first step is obviously installation of the role and the other components that comes with it. So we are going to go to the server manager, install the NDES role. Once that is done, we are going to configure the role that is connected to a certification authority, and then we are going to provide a service account over there. Once that is done, we are going to configure the CA. That's wherein we are going to publish the template and make sure we are using the correct template with correct permissions of the service account onto it. And then we will do a final touch on the NDES. That's all that needs to be done in the on-prem for setting up of NDES and CA. So let's just start with the step A first, which is installation of role and the other components. Okay, so let me just show you guys my lab. So this is my lab right now. I have got a domain controller, which happens to be my certification authority as well. And I have got another server running on Windows Server 2012 R2, which is going to be my NDES. Okay, so I am going to do a practical of showing you guys how to deploy a SCEP certificate via Intune as an MDM using just two servers. The first one is the domain controller and the CA, and the second one is the NDES server, wherein I'm going to install the NDES role and the Intune connector and the Azure App Proxy. So these, I mean, it's not necessary that we have to install it on the same server. Azure App Proxy can be a different server as well, but I'm doing it on the same server just for the sake of simplicity. So these are the two servers that we are going to make use of: domain controller and NDES, new NDES. Domain controller is already pre-configured, the role is already installed. The only thing I have done on the new NDES server is I have built it up running on Windows Server 2012, and I have joined it to the domain. That's all. I have not done any other configuration, and everything else we are going to do it right now, right here. Okay, so let me go back here. This is my domain controller. Its name is domain C, and the name of my lab is Intune lab. Okay, so if I ping intunelab.com, is the IP address of the domain controller. Okay, all right, and if I go back to the end, this is my NDES. The name of the, okay, this is the name of the account. Sorry, I was supposed to do this. The name of this server is a new NDES. As you can see, this is the name of the server, new NDES, and it is connected to the domain Intune lab. Okay, so that's the setup which is there, nothing fancy. It's already connected to Intune lab. The only thing I've done over here is one more thing that I have done over here is I have added two NICs to this server. One is for internal communication, that is for the communication between the NDES and the domain controller, that is within the domain, and one is for the external communication, that is uh, to facilitate the access of the NDES server over the internet. Okay, so these are the two NICs that I have added to this machine. That's all. So this machine can now access the other. So let me just show you guys. Ping domain c.intunelab.com. So this server is able to ping the domain controller, that is via the internal NIC, via the private NIC, and this server is also able to explore the internet because of the public NIC or the external NIC. Okay, so that's all the configuration that is needed to be in place. Let me just show it to you guys, and then we can start with the demo. Okay. All right, my internet seems to be a little slow. What we can do is the first thing that we need to do is disable the Internet Explorer enhanced security. The way to do, because it's going to prompt us so many times. So just go to the local server manager and click on IESEC and then do an off and off over here. This would make lives easier for us. Okay, so close. Google is opening, right? So the server has access to the internet as well. Let me close this, let me close this, let me close this. If you refer to my presentation, the first thing that we are going to do is install the role. So let's just start with it. We have to go to the server manager and then go to the local servers and then do a manage, add roles and features. Next. Please make sure that the NDES server and the CA server cannot be the same. We are not doing that. Please make sure of that. Select the server locally. I want to do it in this server itself. So NDES is a part of ADCS. Therefore, in the roles, we have to select ADCS. It will install a few features with it, which we are fine with. We are going to do an add and then next, and then install the .NET 3.5. Okay, let me just show it to you guys. What do we need to install with that? Install web server security request filtering, web server ASP.NET 3.5. We need to install all these things as well. Okay, so let me just go back. So .NET 3.5 HTTP activation 4.5 and then .NET Framework 4.5 WCF HTTP activation feature. So inside this we have to do the HTTP activation feature. Yes. And then management tools. Let's just see. I think that is pretty much it in this page. We can go to the next page and then not certification authority over here. We have to do NDES. That is wherein we make that selection, and with NDES comes these roles. So as you can see, it's going to install a component of IIS as well with it. So we will do an add feature and then next and then next. And over here we have to make few selections. Let me make sure I'm doing management tools. Okay, management services. And then I hope I'm not missing anything, but even if I am, it is going to prompt me and let me know. Just go back and make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, doesn't look like that. Windows PowerShell. No, we don't need anything out of this. User interface, no. Telnet. All right, looks good to me. Okay, let's just go ahead with the installation. And if you are, this is an important step, uncheck CA and check NDES, and then we will go ahead. Okay, so over here, I think I checked everything. I don't think I missed anything. ASP.NET 3.5, management services. I think I'm good. Okay, all right, next. Do you need to specify alternate source? No, I don't. Let's just do an install, and once the installation is done, we will revisit this. Okay. So guys, as you can see, the installation finally completed. It says that configuration required, installation succeeded. So I'm just going to do a close, and then I'm going to do a configure Active Directory certificate services. So I just clicked on that, and I'm just going to configure it. This is the service account that is going to be used. And one of the prerequisite is that this service account needs to be a part of the IIS user group. So I'm going to do open up computer management in this machine, and I'm going to add this user to the group. we can make use of the NDES service account. So this is my service account. So I'm just going into the groups and I'm going to IIS_I user. As you can see right now, nobody's a part of it. I want to add Greg S to it. Okay, okay. I can close this. I can continue over here. And then as you can see, everything is grayed out except NDES. So I selected on NDES and then I'm going to do a next. And then over here it says that select specify service account recommended. The account must be a member of the domain and must be a part of the IIS user group. So which already is. So I'm just going to add it here. Okay. I did a OK over here. It's going to check whether it's a part of the group or not, which it is. Therefore, it lets me continue. Now it's going to ask me to connect to a CA. I'm going to click on select over here. It automatically identifies that there is a CA with this name. This is the friendly name of the CA and this is the FQDN of the CA, domain C. As I said earlier, my domain controller is my CA. I'm going to click on OK and then a next. And then it's going to ask let me know about a RA information. Just keep this in mind that there is something called RA and I will explain later on what exactly this RA is. So once I install the NDES role, the NDES server gets 2 certificates from the CA, actually 3 certificates. The first 2 certificates that I'm talking about are RA certificates, and then it's going to get an SC online issuing certificate as well. But right now we are concerned on the RA certificate. Just keep this in mind that there is some information regarding RA that it was asking us during the configuration. We are just going to these are all optional information, so we can just skip this. Or maybe let's just try this in the company. Let's just try to put in everything about Intune. Okay. All right, let's just do a next. It's going to ask us for the cryptography. We are going to go ahead with the default, that is 2048. And then it's going to ask us for the confirmation. This is all the information that we provided. Before I do a OK, I just want to show you guys the registry of the server. So if we go to HKLM software, Microsoft, we cannot see any key with the name SCEP inside over here. So right now what I did was I went to, let me just show it guys again, the local computer and then HKLM Microsoft cryptography, and then inside cryptography I went to I'm looking for something called SCEP, but right now as you can see there is no key with the name SCEP over here. Okay, once I install and configure the role, that key is going to get created, which proves my point that mscep.dll is activated once the NDES role is installed and configured. So let me just close this for now and let me just click on configure. So let this configuration happen, and once the configuration has happened, we will check that registry key again, and then we will do a post installation configuration on this machine. Okay. All right. Okay guys, I think the role should have been configured. Yes, there you go. It says now that ADCS has been successfully configured. If I click over here, I think it's a hyperlink. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, it's a hyperlink. We don't need that. Okay, let me just close this. Let me just close this. It does not ask for an reboot, so I think we are good. Let me just close this again. Let me just refresh, and then let me just open up the REG edit again. And let me just show you guys the point that I was trying to make. Okay, so now we are at that same location, HKLM software, Microsoft cryptography, and now you can see that a key with the name mscep has been created. And if I expand that, it has a lot of information. So the first key is CA info. This is the name of the CA that we provided during the installation of during the configuration of the NDES role. So that information gets stored over here. CA type over here, the D word value becomes 1. And what else do we need to see over here? Not much information that we need to see other than the fact that the mscep is mscep.dll is activated. Now, if you guys remember, I told you during, if you refer to my initial diagram, in the NDES, we specify the name of the template which the NDES is going to use when it requests the CA and asks for a certificate on behalf of the user. So this is wherein we specify that certificate template. By default, IPsec intermediate offline, this template is there in the CA published, and this template is pre-populated in the registry. So if we don't change this, still it will work. However, all the organizations try and make use of their own template, customize it. And if we were to do that, then this is wherein we will be making that change and entering the name of the certificate template that is going to be used. Okay, so before we do any of that, let's just go back to our presentation and see where we are with that. So installation of NDES role, we are done. All these components has been installed. We have seen that mscep.dll has been activated, and we have seen that the NDES service account has been added to the IIS group. One more thing that I would like to show you guys is before NDES was installed, IIS was not functional in this machine. IIS was also not installed. But now if I open up inet mgr, I'll be able to see that yes, it is opening, because during the NDES installation, it installs IIS with it as well. So if I expand this and try to take a look over the default pools, if I click on the application pool, I will be able to see a SCEP pool which has been started. And this actually shows the service account which was used during the configuration of NDES. So let's just say for any reason we do not remember which service account we used during the installation of NDES, just check the identity for the SCEP pool. Okay, not much to be seen over here. Just wanted to show you guys that the SCEP pool gets created once the NDES role has been installed. Okay. All right, let's just go back to the deck. And over here, it says that mscep.dll points to the registry, points to the certificate template to be used when requesting search from CA. That is wherein I showed you guys inside that mscep key, wherein IPsec intermediate offline was pre-populated. We can change that. Now, the first thing that we have to do is we have to set the SPN for the NDES service account. For that, this is the command. So let me just copy this command from the deck itself, and let me just go to this machine, open up Notepad, paste it over here. The command is set spn -s http the fqdn of the server. So my fqdn of the server is new ndes.intunelab.com, intunelab.com, and the account is Intune Lab, and this is Greg S. Okay, let me just make sure that I have not done any mistakes. So I'm going to open up CMD. Okay, and then do a ping to that. Yes, looks good. Just pinging the local machine and making sure that the name was correct. Now let me just set the SPN, paste, enter. Okay, I think I did some mistake, did I? Unknown parameter HTTPS. Okay, I think after, let me just remove this and see if it's working. Nope, it's not. Let me see here. So guys, for some reason, I am not able to set the SPN, but then again, this is not a mandatory thing to be done. I'll look that up and I'll guys let you know. But I just don't want to waste any more time, so I just want to go to the MMC and show you guys the certificates that I was talking about. So I'm going to go to certificates, add computer account, next, finish, okay, and then I'm going to the personal store, and over here as you can see we are able to see two RA certificates. These certificates has been issued by my domain controller and issued to the NDES. And in the trusted store I have a root certificate which has been issued by the CA and issued to the CA. So when we install the NDES role, there are three certificates which actually come up. Two are over here. Two are over here, and the third one is over here. Okay, and if we have a PKI infrastructure wherein we have a root and a subordinate, then that subordinate will be there in the intermediate store. I do not have any subordinate, therefore subordinate as in the intermediate CA in the PKI, therefore the same certificate is over here. Okay, all right, so just wanted to show you guys that. So just come back over here. The RA certificate is there. This is not a mandate. For some reason, it's not getting set, but we can just skip that. Now let's just come back to the step B, that is configuring the role and the server. We already have done this. We already have done this. We already have done this and seen that SCEP is activated. We already have seen the SCEP pool. We already have seen the identity. We already have seen this location. Okay. Now let's just come to the CA. This is what needs to be done in the CA. The first part is export the root certificate from the CA. So this is the command for exporting that. So I'm just copying it and I'm just going into the CA and I am going to open up command prompt as an administrator. Yes. And then I'm going to just paste this command, but before I paste it, let me just make sure I don't have a certificate already. I exported this before. I'm just deleting that. Continue. Okay, and now I'm going to paste this command and do an enter. It's going to export a certificate. This is the root certificate. This is a certificate which the CA issues to the CA. Okay, this is needed for chain building. So over here it says that cert util command was completed successfully, and this is the root certificate. I'm just going to copy it and I'm just going to paste it to my desktop. Already have one, so let me just delete this and let me just paste the new one over here. Okay, all right. Let's just now go back to the presentation. It now says that duplicate a template for issuance of certificate from the user computer and configure the attributes. So over here it's talking about duplicating a template and creating a new template. This is the new template which the NDES is going to use while requesting for a certificate on behalf of the user, and this is the same certificate template which we have to mention in this location of the registry. So if you remember, we had IPsec intermediate offline. This will be updated by the new template which we are going to create in the CA. So let's just go back over here and let me just close this and then do a CLS and then MMC, and then let me just add the certificate templates here and then OK. Now guys, I'm going to create a new certificate template. Okay, so if I click over here, these are all the certificate templates that are present beforehand. I have to do a I have to manage this. Okay, so for that I have to open up the certification authority, local computer, finish, and then OK. Let me just expand that. Let me just expand that. We have to come to certificate templates. If we want to view the templates, then we have to add the certificate template option. But right now we are not viewing the existing template. We have to create a new template. Therefore, I added the certification authority. These are all the templates that are published right now. So I'll right click on this and do a manage, and then I will go to the user template and then I will duplicate it. Okay, so this is a new template that has been created, and by duplicating the existing template, if I go to general, it says copy of user. I am going to change this and name this as demo lab NDES. Okay, let me just copy this, go to notepad and paste this over here. Okay, this is the name of my template. I didn't put in any space over here because it looks neater that way. In the Okay, so now that we have created the template, now we will have to configure this template. So first thing that we need to do is we need to go into the extensions tab, and then we need to go into application policies. So and then over there, the client authentication EKU should be there, because this certificate is going to issue a certificate. This certificate template is going to issue a certificate, and we want to make sure that that certificate has the client authentication EKU. So the certificate from this template will have that EKU only if this certificate template has that EKU, right? Goes without saying. So therefore, the client authentication EKU is there, which is good. And then the next thing we need to check is we need to go into the uh, extensions tab, key usage, and then this is only to be done in case if we are deploying it to an iOS device. This needs to be unchecked if we are deploying certificates using this template to iOS or Mac device. So in this case, it is unchecked by default, so that is fine. And then we have to uncheck the uh, allow private key to be exportable. We have to uncheck that, and we have to check the supply in request. So I did a OK over there. Server name, not to do anything. Issue, not to do anything. In the security, we will have to add the service account. So the service account is already added in the security. If it is not, then we will have to manually add it and provide it a read, write, and enroll permission. Okay, only in that case it will be able to enroll certificates. So I just added that right now, and let me see what else needs to be done. Subject name is fine, server fine, this is fine, compatibility, general, request handling, allow private key to be exported has to be unchecked, because in case of SCEP, the private key does not travel because the private key is not exportable. Okay, and what else? Let me see here. Cryptography is looks fine to me. Yeah, cryptography is fine. Key attestation is fine. Okay. The only other thing that you might consider doing is changing the validity period. I'm fine with 1 year of validity. If you want to change that, be my guest, do that. So demo lab NDES is the name of my template. So I'm fine with that. I'm just going to check one more time the security and make sure that the service account is there with enroll permission, and then I'm going to click on apply and OK. So demo lab NDES has now been added. All now that needs to be done is we need to publish this certificate template. Okay, so I'm just going to minimize this, go back over here, and then new, and then certificate template to issue. Okay, this is how we publish a certificate. So first we duplicated the certificate template. Now we are going to publish that certificate template. So once a certificate template has been created, it won't have that authority of issuing a certificate unless and until it is published. So right now I am going to publish that. I am just looking for the my certificate template over here, and this is the one, demo lab NDES. I'm just going to do an OK. Now let me just close everything and show you guys that I was able to do it. No, let me just open up MMC again, and now let me just add the certificate template again and do a OK. If I expand this and click on this, Now I should be able to see demo lab NDES. These are all the published certificate templates that are present. Okay. So we were able to publish the certificate as well, publish the certificate template as well. Okay, I think that's all we needed to do from the certification authority. So we did this, we have done all this, we have examined the validity period, subject name, all done, configure the CA. Okay, this is something which we need to run. We need to configure the CA for the validity period. So for that, we need to run this command in the CA. So I just copied this. I am just going into the CA now, and then I am going to open up the CMD, right click, run as an administrator. Yes, just paste it here and then an enter. Nothing much needs to be done. Is it giving us an error or is it giving us an, I'm not sure. I think I have already configured it in this because I already had a working NDES lab. Therefore, I already ran this command once. Therefore, probably it is saying that it has already been configured. However, this, I mean, it's a simple command that needs to be run, and this is going to configure the validity period in the CA. Okay, all right. Let's just see what's next. Now we are at part D, which says final touch on the NDES. The first thing that we need to do is obviously the certificate template that we have published that needs to be entered in this location of the NDES. So let me just go back to my CA and then this, if I double click on this, this is grayed out, so I cannot copy from here. So let me just this is case sensitive, and I'm not sure whether this is case sensitive or not, but this is obviously spelling sensitive. So let me just make sure I write this down correctly. Demo lab NDES. Now I'm going to go to that registry location of the NDES and change it from IPsec intermediate offline to demo lab NDES for all three of these. So okay, all right, it has been done. Let's just go back. The long URLs, for the long URLs, we have to set this registry value in the NDES. Okay, so let me just copy this, go back to the NDES, open up a notepad, paste this, then I will go to this location. So HKLM system current control set. So HKLM system current control set, services, HTTP parameters, HTTP parameters, and inside this I have to make two dword value. One is max field length. So I'm just copying this, right click, new dword value 32-bit. I'm calling it maxed field length. And the other one is max request bytes. Okay, just copying this again, right click, dword value, max request bytes, and the value for both of them is going to be this. So I just copied that, double click, decimal, this is the value. Okay, decimal, this is the value. Okay, all right, that's all needed to be done over here. Now we have to request for a certificate from the NDES. I mean, now the NDES is going to request for a certificate. If you remember the initial diagram which I showed you guys, the NDES can actually request for two certificates. One is going to be the server auth and the other is going to be the client auth. Or it can just request for one certificate, which is going to be server auth as well as client auth, right? So right now I'm going to request for only one certificate, which is going to have both the attributes. So the way to do that is I'm going to open up the MMC over here in the NDES. I'm going to do a yes, Control M, certificates, add computer store, next, finish. Okay. And then in the personal store, I'm going to right click, request new certificate. That is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to do a next and then next, and then it is going to ask me that which template I want to use while requesting for a uh, certificate. So over here, we can just use the computer template, because whatever certificates are generated by the computer template has server auth as well as client auth in its EKU, right? Or if you want, you can use any other template. If you want, you can generate two certificates from here, one server auth and one client auth, both are fine. So I'm just going to do an enroll, and then I'm waiting for that certificate to be issued. Okay, so over here you can see that the certificate has been issued. If I do a finish, I'm able to see that one certificate has been issued. If I double click on that, I can see that it has been issued to new NDES, that is my NDES server, and issued by the CA. If I maximize this and if I expand the intended purpose, I can see server auth and client auth. Okay, if I go to my CA now, and if I oh, sorry. If I cancel this, cancel this, cancel this, if I do a control M, and if I do a certification authority add, and then finish, and then OK, and if I take a look over the issued certificates, I can see that a certificate has been issued. This is the certificate that has been issued, right? So I'm just double clicking on that, and this is a certificate that has been issued by the CA to the NDES, and let me just check here. Okay, so this is the certificate which I requested. So in the NDES, when I'm checking the thumbprint of that certificate, it is ending with 87D3. And if I go to the CA and see the issued certificates, the latest one, the thumbprint of that certificate is 87D3. So this is the certificate which the CA issued, therefore it is coming under the issued certificates. And this is the same certificate which the NDES got, therefore it is coming under the personal store of the certificates. Okay, so now that I have received this certificate, the server auth of the server auth certificate is going to be bound to the IIS, and the client auth is going to be bound to the NDES connector. Okay, make sure we are not confusing between the two. In this case, it's the same certificate, therefore the same certificate is going to be used in both the places. So now I'm going to bind it. So I'm going to open up inetmgr, and then I am going to expand this. I'm just going to do a no. I'm just going to click on sites. I'm just going to click on default sites and then going to bindings. I'm going to add a new binding, and I'm going to add an HTTPS binding. Hostname is not mandatory. I'm going to select the new SSL certificate which I just now requested. If guys, there are a lot of certificate which all the certificates which this server has requested from the CA is going to show up over here. Okay, so let's just say that I just now requested a new certificate, but I don't remember but I'm not able to figure out from here which certificate to bind. So what I'll do is just click on the certificate which you suspect might be the one, and then do a view, and then go to details, and then take a look over the thumbprint. So this thumbprint should match with the thumbprint of the certificate which we saw at the back, which the CA has received. And then I'm going to do a OK, and then close. Okay, so that certificate which we bound over there to port 443, that certificate should be this one which we just now got, and we can confirm that with matching the thumbprint. Okay, so we have bound that certificate to the port 443 of the IAS. So request a new certificate done, binding done. And now one more thing which needs to be done is adding the S channel. This is not there in the official documentation, but this is a secret. So just to say, that. So this is something which is very useful, and I'll strongly recommend you guys adding the S channel entry. Okay, so just reg edit, just open up reg edit, and then I'm going to go to HKLM system current control set, HKLM system current control set, and then control security providers. So just minimize that control, and then security providers, and then S channel, and inside S channel we have to create these two. So the first thing that I'm going to create, these two are dword values. So this is the first one that I'm going to create. Right click, new, dword value, and the second one that I'm going to create is this. It's not there in the official documentation, but this is something which I found out, and I suggest you guys doing this. Okay, so the value is 0, that's fine, and the client auth trusted mode, the value has to be 2. Okay, all right. Okay, S channel has been set. Now let's see what's next. That is all that configuration that needed to be done on the end, on the on-prem. The only thing that is left right now is setting up the Intune connector. Okay, so let me just go back over here. I have done a lot of changes in the server. I have done a lot of editing in the registry. I have installed a component as well. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to initiate a reboot of this machine. So let me just do that. And while this machine comes back up, we will go into the portal and install and download the Intune connector. Okay, I can instead go into that machine, inside that machine itself, and install it. Okay. So guys, now my server is back up. So let me just go back into my NDES. It just rebooted and it came back up. So now before we install the connector on this machine, there's just one quick test which you guys might want to do, which is just going to show you guys whether you are headed in the right direction or not. And this is a test which is going to show you whether the NDES has been installed and configured correctly or not. Okay, so just open up Internet Explorer in this machine and make sure that it's accessible over the internet. Well, this it's not needed in this case, but just for the sake of it, and then go to this URL, https://localhost slash search serve slash mscep/mscep.dll. Okay, just go to this URL and it should give you the NDES enrollment page. So click on continue, and over here you can see that it's giving us the network device enrollment service page. Okay, so if we are over here, that means that until now everything is running fine. Okay, NDES has been successfully installed and correctly configured until now. Now the next step that needs to be done is, if we go to the deck, the next step that needs to be done is installing the Intune connector. Okay, so download the connector, download and install the connector. After we install the connector, some changes are going to happen, and we have to make sure we are selecting the client auth certificate during the installation, and we have to provide the name of the NDES service account. Okay, so I am going over here, I'm going into NDES, and then I am going to show you guys one more quick thing before I actually install it. So I am going to go to HKLM software, Microsoft, and then inside Microsoft, I'm where I'm going is HKLM software, Microsoft, and install inside Microsoft. I am going to look for I'm looking for something called Microsoft Intune. So right now you can see that there is no folder called Microsoft Intune inside Microsoft folder. Okay, this is going to be created after I install the connector. So I just wanted to show you guys beforehand that it is not present before I install it. Okay, so let me just go to the, okay, let me just go back to the Internet Explorer, log into the portal. So portal.azure.com. I'm waiting for the page to load up. Once it loads up, I'm going to log into the portal and install and download the connector from there, and then install the connector on this machine. Okay. All right. My internet is a tad bit slow, guys, so please bear with me here. Okay. While this loads up, let's just review our deck and see. All right. So once we install the connector and once we sign into it, we will be able to see one more certificate in the device called SC Online Issuing Certificate. Right now, if you remember, there are only 3 certificates which this device has. 2 are the RA certificate and 1 is the trusted root. Okay. All right. It says sign into, but it doesn't show me where. So I don't know what's wrong here. Okay, there you go. All right. Let me just sign in. This is my tenant. That's me at the background. I know you cannot see my face. That's okay. Not for the site. I'm going to go into Microsoft Intune. This is from wherein we download and install the connector. Okay, so we will go into the Microsoft Intune Blade, and once it opens up, we are going to go into device configuration, and from there we are going to install the connector. It's from the same place where we would be installing the connector in case of PKCS as well. The connector is the same, just during the installation we make that determination of whether it's going to be used as an whether it's going to be used for PKCS or whether it's going to be used for SCEP. So for some reason it says that, okay, no issues. Let me just go to my base machine, and from here, let me just download it. For some reason, my IE is running at a very old version, so it doesn't let me continue. So I'm back into my Intune portal over here, and I am going to go into device configuration, and then I am going to click on certificate connectors. This is from wherein we are going to install the connector, and once the connector is installed, it shows as active over here. So right now as you can see, I've got 2 connectors already present, but because I have configured NDES already 2 times, but I have powered off both those servers, therefore it's in error state. So I'm going to click on add, and then I'm going to click over here, download the certificate connector software for SCEP. Okay, for PKCS 12 and for PFX, there are another links for the connector, but the connector is the same. Okay, so let's just click on this. It's going to start the downloading of that connector. It's called NDES connector setup.exe. It is called NDES connector setup.exe, which is a bit misleading verbiage, because if we download the PKCS connector as well, it is named the same, NDES connector. However, we don't need an NDES server in case of PKCS. Anyways, let me just copy this setup and then close this, and then go back to my NDES server over here, and let me just paste this over here. Now I'm going to install the connector, and during the installation it's going to check whether all the roles were correctly installed, all the roles and features were correctly installed in the server or not. If not, then it's going to prompt us and we are going to go ahead and install that. Okay, so I just right clicked and ran the setup. So it's showing preparing install, and then it will tell me to agree the EULA, and then it will tell me to select the service account and whatnot. Just checking the prerequisites, computing the space requirements, and then let's see what else it does. Okay, next. I agree the EULA. Next. It's going to install it in C drive program files, Microsoft Intune. Just want to show you guys it's not already installed. That folder is not there. Next. The same setup can be used for SCEP and PFX, or if we are going to exclusively use it for PFX. If we are doing a PKCS setup, then don't choose this option, because in the case of PKCS, we do not need that certificate, which needs to be bound to the Intune connector. Please remember, the certificate that we bind to the Intune connector is the client auth certificate. So if I select this and do a next, it's not going to ask me for any other option. All I need to do is just install. But if I go back, oh come on, please go back. Why is it not going back? Okay. Yes, I want to do this. Let me just start again. For some reason, it was not going back after clicking on PKCS. So I'm just starting again. Let me just make sure there is no Microsoft Intune folder. Okay. Let me just do a refresh again. And this time we are going to rightly select the SCEP option and not PKCS. And you will see the difference. When we select the SCEP option, it is going to ask us for a certificate which we need to bind. And if we don't do that, it won't let us go through. So that's the difference. And if I do a next over here, we're selecting the first one. It's going to ask us for a certificate. The certificate must have client authentication EKU. Okay, as I've already said so many times, the certificate needs to have a client auth. In this case, we're using the same certificate for IIS and NDES connector, which has the client auth and the server auth. Again, if you have two certificates, go to the MMC, check the thumbprint, and make sure you're selecting the correct certificate. I have just the one. If I click over here and do a details, I can see the thumbprint of this certificate. Okay, make sure you're selecting the correct certificate. Okay, this is incumbent. So I'm selecting the correct certificate. Issuer is this CA, issued to is NDES. I do a OK over here, and then I'm going to click on next, review the information, and then next again, and then install. Now it's just going to do that prereq check and make sure that all the features were correctly installed. If not, then it's just going to fail, and it's just going to show us the name of the feature which we missed. More often than not, I actually miss some or the other, so my fingers are crossed. And in case we do miss something, I will go back and install it again from the server manager. Okay. Okay. The setup doesn't take a lot of time, so it is like fairly quick. So over here, as you can see that it didn't go ahead because it says that Microsoft Intune connector requires IIS 6 WMI and compatibility components of IIS. So let me just do this. Let me just open up the server manager again and install that. So I'm going to go to the local server. I'm going to go to the manage. I'm going to go to add and roll features, and I'm going to install that. So guys, I added those two components and I'm still waiting. I added the IIS meta component. I'm not exactly sure what was the name. Okay, so the name of the component was IIS 6 metabase compatibility. So I added that component, and now I ran the installation again. So now I am waiting on it to happen. So let's just see how the installation goes now. We just need to make sure that we are following everything that is written in the deck. So all the features that needs to be installed, make sure that you have installed with the NDES itself. Therefore, you won't be running into any issues while installing the Intune connector. So The installation of the connector is fairly straightforward. All that needs to be done is we need to select the correct certificate. And if we have done that, then it's just pretty much next, finish. So I'm waiting for the installation to finish now. And once that's done, let's just go back to the deck and see that what follows. So once we have already selected the client certificate and NDES service account was provided, once the installation is done, I'm going to show you that a CRP pool is created and an SC online issuing certificate has been generated, which gets renewed every 1 year. And then I'm going to show you that this key is created in the registry, which I was searching for earlier. If you guys remember, HKLM software, Microsoft, inside that a Microsoft Intune key would be created. So right now I'm waiting on the installation to happen. Once the installation does happen, I will be showing you those two things. Also, one more thing, once the connector is installed, we have to log into the connector, and that user needs to be an Intune admin or a global admin in the portal. Just make sure that the user is not having both the roles. This is what I would suggest, because I have seen some strange issues while logging into Intune connector. First is I saw an issue wherein we were not able to log into the connector and the user had both the roles assigned. We removed one role and everything was fine. The second issue which I saw was we had two users. The first user was having just one role assigned and an EMS license assigned. The user was, when logging in, it was not getting active in, it was not showing active in the portal. The connector was not showing active in the portal, and that user was an on-prem user which was synced to the cloud. However, once I logged in with a user which was a cloud only user having only one role assigned to it and an EMS license, everything went fine. So the preference is using a cloud only user with only one license assigned to it and with only one role assigned to it and an EMS license. If you don't have that, get that. That's the first priority. Otherwise, you can try and play along with other accounts as well. But the account that I'm using right now is a cloud only user, not synced from the on-prem, and has a EMS license assigned to it and is an Intune admin. So I'm waiting for the installation to finish now. And once the installation is finished, I will show you guys the rest of the things. Okay. Okay guys, so I think it has been about 5 to 10 minutes, so the installation should have been completed by now. Yeah, and there you go. The installation completed. I just installed those IIS meta components and metabase components, and the installation was completed. Before you click on finish, click on this launch Intune connector and then do a finish, which would open up the UI. And now you can see the UI is open. There is just two things that needs to be configured unless you're using a proxy. So if you're using a proxy, you'll have to provide the proxy information here. I am not using any proxy, so I'm just going to go to the advanced settings and then provide the service account over here. So my service account is Intune lab/Greges and its password. Come on. You can end up choosing a computer account as well. If you do that, then this computer account, that is this new NDES computer account, should have access on the certificate template. The CA accounts were saved. Now let's just go back to the enrollment tab and do a sign in. This is wherein we establish that tunnel between the NDES server and the Intune service. So I'll have to log in over here. This is the account that I was talking about. Make sure it has only one role assigned to it. It should be a cloud only user with an EMS license. So I'm waiting for the page to open up and then I'm going to sign into it. Once I sign in, an entry is going to be created in the Intune service, my tenant, and then it is going to show up active over there. Let me just do a refresh. Make sure that your NDES server has obviously connectivity to the internet, only then it's going to show up. So while this loads up, let me just go back to the portal and show you guys where, yeah, exactly. This is wherein the entry would show up. I have not deleted the old entries, but if you want, you can delete the old entries of the connector. I still plan on using this. It is just that I have uh, powered off those servers. So while this page loads up, okay, it has. Let's just log in. So okay, the password. Okay, and it is supposed to give you a successfully enrolled message. If that message is not coming, then that's an indication that it didn't go through fine. So over here, look out for that successfully enrolled message, because I have done this many a times, and if that whenever successfully enrolled message is not coming, it suggests that something went wrong during the installation. So please make sure that you're able to see that successfully enrolled message after you sign in. So I am waiting for that message to show up, which would actually show that whether the installation, yeah, there you go. This is the one I'm talking about. If it is showing successfully enrolled, that means that things were fine. I'm just going to click on apply, and I didn't enter anything proxy. For proxy, I'm going to close this. Just remember, guys, that in case you want to open that up again, then the location of that UI is program files, Microsoft Intune, NDES connector UI, and then NDES connector UI. If you open this, if for any reason you need to change the service account or do any changes, this is how you would be opening it up. Okay. So now let me just show you guys the two changes that were made to this server after the Intune connector was installed. The first is in IIS. So let me just open up IIS, and then a new pool would be created in the IIS. So if I expand this, if I go to application pool, so installing the Intune connector installs two components onto this device. First is the NDES plugin, and the second is CRP. So if I expand this, you can see that a new pool is created called Microsoft Intune CRP service pool. That's the first thing that we need to that we would be seeing. And the second thing that we can see is in the registry. So let me just show you guys that folder that gets created. So if I go over here and if I look for something called there should be a, let me just do a refresh, and then let me just look for, yeah, this is the one I'm looking for. So earlier, before the installation, I showed you guys that inside HKLM software Microsoft, there was no folder called Microsoft Intune, but now there is a folder called Microsoft Intune. This is created once we install the plugin. And if I expand this, it shows that there are two components installed. One is CRP and NDES connector. So if I click on CRP, it shows that certificate registration SVC is the service path. And if I click on NDES connector, it shows a bunch of information. It shows where exactly it was installed, the location. Now, if I go back to cryptography, and if I go back to SCEP, and then over here I can actually see another folder created called modules. This inside this modules we should be able to see the plugin. So once I install the Intune connector, there are two places in registry wherein changes would be made. One is inside HKLM software Microsoft cryptography SCEP. A key called modules will be created which will have entry of this plugin. And if I click on this NDES policy, it will actually have the thumbprint of the certificate which we selected during the installation of the Intune connector. So for some reason, if you have to match and make sure that you have selected the correct certificate, this is wherein you will be coming and seeing this. Okay. And the second place wherein a registry is edited while installing the connector is this keys created Microsoft Intune, and CRP is created along with that. So once this is done, once the connector is installed, the next thing that we need to do is we need to reboot this machine. So let me just open up command prompt and let me just initiate a reboot, and then we will go back into the portal and see from there. So shutdown space /r space /f/t space 00. Oops. While the reboot happens, let me just go back over here and let me just change tabs. And over here, you will be able to see that an active connection is created. This is the one which I just now established. So if I go back over here, we have done all these things. Yeah, the one thing that I haven't showed you guys is the SC online issuing certificate. I will show it to you guys once the server is back up and accessible. So as you can see, we have done most of these steps. The next step is rebooting the server. So the reboot is happening right now. I'm waiting for the reboot to happen, and then I'll show you guys the SC online issuing certificate. We have already logged in using a global admin credentials, and the server is showing as active over here. Okay, so the reboot should be fairly quick. It shouldn't take a lot of time for the reboot to happen. And while the reboot happens, let's just see what else needs to be done. So as far as on-premise concerned, we are almost there now. All that needs to be done is installation of the Azure App Proxy. So I'm going to install the Azure App Proxy on the NDES server itself. So right now, so Azure App Proxy is something which is present in the Azure Blade and not on the Intune Blade. So before I show you guys that my NDES is back up and accessible, so let me just log into it and let me just show you guys the SC online certificate which has been issued to this device by the Intune service. So the server is back up. Let me just do a quick refresh and then MMC. Yes. Control M. Certificates, add computer account, next, finish, okay. It should be there in the personal store. Yeah, that's the one. If I go to personal and then certificates, I'm able to see this SC online issuing certificate. Okay. So as I said earlier, guys, there are four certificate now. These two are the RA certificates which got issued to it by the CA once we installed the role. This is what we requested from the CA, which is bound to the IIS and which is bound to the Intune connector. And this is issued once we logged into the Intune connector by the global admin. This is issued by the Microsoft. So it says SC online issuing certificate. Certification path. Okay, that doesn't show much information. Anyways, so now the server is back up and accessible. Now what I want to show you guys is, let's just go back to that URL which we were trying to access. So let me make sure that things are fine. Okay, now let's just go back to that URL. Let's see what is this giving. Fingers crossed. It is supposed to give us a 403 forbidden. Let's just see what is it actually giving. Yes, rightly so, it is giving us a 403 forbidden error. Why does it give this 403 forbidden error? I will explain that later. But before, when we were accessing this URL, it was giving us that NDES enrollment page. After the Intune connector is installed, it gives us this 403 forbidden error, right? So if you see my deck, it also says that reboot the server and then check for the 403 error internally, which we are able to see right now. Okay, so now let me just go back to the portal and just show you guys how and where exactly to install the Azure App Proxy. So I'm going to go to Azure Active Directory and then I'm going to go into the application proxy. I think I already have an application proxy set up. I have two of them set up. Probably I can remove this one. I don't need this one. I don't think this is from wherein we remove it. Anyways, let me just download a connector from here. And then I'm going to install it. You can install it on the same server. This is needed. I mean, I will just refer back to the diagram and then show you guys why exactly I'm doing this. But if you remember the diagram, Azure App Proxy is something which needs to be, which maps the internal URL with the external URL. So right now we have created the internal URL, and internal URL is giving us a 403 forbidden error. Okay, now the external URL will be mapped to this internal URL because this URL is only accessible on the intranet. So for this to be accessible on the internet, we need something called an Azure App Proxy. So the Azure App Proxy has been installed. I'm going to go to show folder, do a copy, come over here, paste. So while the installation goes on, let me just show you, tell you guys why is it giving us a 403 forbidden error and why this means that everything is fine. So if you closely look at this URL, this URL is actually pointing to the mscep.dll, and this DLL is actually responsible in the NDES server for processing of the certificates. So this DLL actually processes the certificate and goes to the CA and does all the requesting of the certificate. So and as I said guys, this DLL is activated once we install the NDES role. So if you guys remember, once we installed this role, then that mscep key was created in the registry and that SCEP pool was created in the IIS. So in long story short, this DLL is responsible for processing of the certificates. And if a mobile device is trying to access this URL, then a request will be sent to the NDES server and NDES will forward it. However, if a browser is trying to access this URL, then it will give you a 403 forbidden error because this URL is actually responsible for issuing the certificate. I mean, once the request hits this URL, NDES takes it forward by doing all the prerequisite checks. But this URL is actually not supposed to be accessed over a browser protocol. It is only supposed to be accessed by a mobile device by some another kind, let's just call it some another kind of protocol, but not using a browser protocol. So if we are trying to access it via a browser protocol, it's going to give us a 403 forbidden error, which says that you do not have permission to view this page or directory, but this page and directory exists. If you get any other error like 403.7, 404, 500 or something like that, that means that there is something else that is going wrong. But 403 forbidden means that this DLL exists, but we are not supposed to access it via a browser protocol. Only a mobile device is supposed to access it. Therefore, it's giving us a 403 forbidden error while accessing it from a browser. Okay, so now let me just minimize this and let me just install the Azure App Proxy. Installation of Azure App Proxy is fairly simple and straightforward. Just need to accept the EULA and just need to sign into it using the global admin credential. Make sure that over here you are logging in using a global admin credential because Azure App Proxy is not a part of Intune. It is something which we are setting up in the Azure Blade, right? So it would be needing an global admin cred. So it's fairly simple, just need to log into it and then everything will fall into place and we will be able to see it active in the portal. So I'm just waiting for this page to load up and then I will be logging into it. So while this page loads up, let me just go back to the deck and see what else comes next. So reboot, set up the portal. Okay, so now we need to install the Azure App Proxy, which is going up right now. Once that installation is done, we will have to register it to our tenant using a global admin credential. Of course, the server needs to have access to the internet and the port 80 and 443 should be open. And once the installation of Azure App Proxy is done, this service is created, okay, which I will show you guys. After that, this is something which needs to be done at the portal end. So let me just go back to the server and log into this. So okay, nope, yes. So it's not going to check, it's just going to check that the whether the credentials that has been provided is correct or not, and whether the server has outbound connection to the Intune service or not, that is it is having all the ports open or not. If those two prerequisites are in place, then it should be fairly fine. And if you're not using any proxy, and if all the firewall rules are in place outbound and inbound, then there shouldn't be any issue over here. So I think the setup configured. Okay, so over here you can see that successful setup successful. If I close this and if I go to services.msc, I will be able to see a Microsoft service that has been created for Azure App Proxy. So this is the one, Microsoft Azure App Proxy, Microsoft AAD Application Proxy Connector. So if I close this and if I go back to the portal, I should be able to see another entry. So let me just change my tabs here, and then let me see if something is showing as active. I don't think, yeah, there you go. It doesn't take a lot of time. It is fairly quick. So now it is showing up as new NDES intunelab.com is showing up as active. These are my other two proxies. I haven't deleted them. Uh, I actually don't want to delete them because I might be using them later on. But in your case, you will be just seeing one app proxy, which should be fine. Okay, this is an public URL, public IP, which the app proxy provides it. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to configure an app. I mean, right now all we have done is we have installed an Azure app proxy in the on-premise. Now we have to do that mapping of the internal URL with the external URL, so that when the end users from their mobile device hit that external URL, it is translated to that internal URL. And the way to do that is the correct way to do that is click on enterprise applications and then click on new application and then click on on-premise application, and over here we are going to provide the information. So we have to name this, we have to provide a name. So let me just call this something which I'm going to remember. So let me just call this everything about Intune NDES. I know it's a big name, but so what? Now I have to provide an internal URL over here. So let me just go to the NDES server and let me just grab the internal URL. So all the external requests are going to be routed over here. So let me just make sure I'm getting 403. Yes, that's good. I'm just going to copy it from here, provide the external URL over here. Please make sure that at the end of this, you're supposed to put in a slash. And the external URL, it is not necessary that you put in localhost search serve mscape.dll. Even if you put in an external URL until here, it works fine. Okay, you just need to put in a slash at the end, otherwise it will show you an exclamation. I put in the entire thing. I just like doing that. And then a slash. Okay, so this is the internal URL and this is the external URL which the app proxy itself has provided to me. So I'm just going to copy this external URL, open up a notepad and paste it over here. Okay, this is something, I know it's very big, but it's okay, it's fine. The only thing that we need to change here is the pre-authentication has to be set to pass through, meaning that whenever anybody is trying to access this external URL, he does not need to get authenticated. We don't want anybody to get authenticated while accessing this URL, right? Authentication would be taken care of at the later levels. It will be taken care of by whatever comes next, but I don't want any authentication to be done while accessing this URL. Therefore, I'm going to change it. I'm going to change the pre-authentication to pass through. We can create connector groups also. Right now I have not created any, so it's going to default it's going to use the default one, and then I am going to click on add. Make sure that you are making a note of the external URL, because this is the URL which we have to provide in our SCEP profile, because when the SCEP profile reaches the device will be hitting this external URL, which will be translated to the internal by the Azure App Proxy, and then everything will follow. Okay, so while this happens, it takes a couple of minutes for this to happen. Let me just go back to my diagram. I want to go to this diagram over and over again so that we actually know what we are talking about. Intune service all set mobile device, I will enroll it. This mapping has been created by Azure App Proxy. We just did that. NDES all set. IIS is there. We have seen that. Plugin is there. We have seen that. CRP is there. We have seen that. So it has connected to the certification authority. We have seen that. Certificate template has been created. We have seen that. In the MSCEP location, we have put in the value of the certificate template which has been published. We have seen that. So everything looks good as of now. All that needs to be done is we need to create a profile from the Intune service and enroll a device, and we just need to push that profile, and then everything should be fine. So let me just go to my deck again, and let me just see if I'm missing anything. So setting up the Azure App Proxy Enterprise application, we have to provide the name which we have, internal URL which we have, external URL which we have, create and deploy a SCEP profile. So we are pretty much there. See, it just got created, and if I go into the properties, it is going to show me the name, it is going to show me the URL again. So just in case you missed the URL, you can copy it from here and paste it over here. So this URL, when we are trying to access it, should also give us the 403 forbidden error. Why? Because this URL, this external URL, is translating to the internal one. So if the internal one is giving us a 403 forbidden, the external should also give us a 403 forbidden error. So let's just see if it is giving us or not. If not, then it is an app proxy related issue which needs to be fixed. If it is, then this app proxy URL can be used in the SCEP profile. So it is still waiting. It's taking an awful amount of time, but okay, let's just hold on to our horses and wait for it to happen, and then see if it is giving us the correct error or not. For this to work, the app proxy should be, wherever the Azure App Proxy is installed should be online. For some reason, it gave me a gateway timeout error. Gateway timeout error means that whatever is there in the app proxy is not functional. That's what the gateway timeout error means. So let me just go over here, go to services.msc. and let me just restart the Microsoft Azure App Proxy service. And probably one of the things which is causing issue here is that I've got multiple application proxy created. So I want to delete that. Okay guys, so my server was having some internet issues. That's why it was not able, in the intranet it was working fine, but in the internet it was having intermittent issues, due to which the app proxy was not accessible. So let me just copy the URL again, and let me just paste it over here. I just fixed it. I just changed okay, there you go. So now it's giving me a 403 forbidden access error. So let me just show you guys what exactly happened. This is the NDES server. This is the internal URL. Let me just show you both the URLs. So if I open up Notepad, internal URL, which would be the FQDN of the server, obviously, or instead of FQDN, I can do a localhost, and this is accessible only inside the intranet, only inside the domain. Now this is accessible in the intranet, and its counterpart, that is the external URL, is this, which I got from the Azure App Proxy. So this is the URL that I got from the Azure App Proxy. Let me just note it down in the same place for you. This is the external URL. So whenever a request comes to the external URL, the Azure App Proxy is going to redirect it to the internal URL of the NDES server. So that's what we did in the Azure App Proxy. Okay. So now what else is there to show? Now all that we have to do is create and deploy an profile. Before that, make sure, I mean, whenever you're troubleshooting any NDES related issue, the first thing that you need to check is make sure that the URL is accessible, because if the certs are not getting issued, the first thing in the chain is that the device is going to receive the SCEP profile and they are going to hit the external URL. So the external URL needs to be up and accessible at all point of time. It can be load balanced, but it needs to be up and accessible at all time. So right now I'm just doing one more quick check to make sure that the external URL is accessible. It is giving us a 403 forbidden error. It is. Now we have to make a SCEP profile and we have to deploy it. So now I'm going to go back to device configuration. Here's the certificate connector, the Intune connector. Now I'm going to go to profiles, and now I will be doing the demo on Windows, iOS, and Android, all the three platforms. So let me just, so for all the three platforms, the first thing that I need to make is a trusted root profile. The second thing I need to make is intermediate root profile, but in my case, there is no intermediate root. I mean, there is only one tier PKI, therefore it's not needed. And the third thing is the SCEP profile. So let me just call this demo demo Windows root. Platform is obviously Windows. SCEP profile, please keep in mind, can be deployed to a user group or a device group, and SCEP is the only profile that can be deployed to a user-less device. Okay. So I'm going to do a SCEP certificate over here, and certificate type is user, common name, UPN, validity is 1 year, key storage provider, it actually shows that where exactly it is going to be stored. So let's just say that we are testing this on a virtual machine. So a virtual machine actually does not have a TPM chip. Okay. So if we are trying to deploy it to a virtual machine and the TPM chip is not there, and if we have selected this option, enroll to TPM KSP, otherwise fail, in that case the SCEP profile will fail. However, if we choose this option which says that enroll to TPM KSP if present, otherwise software KSP, in that case it will go through. So this is for that segregation that you want the certificate to be stored in the TPM or where exactly. Key usage, I'm going to choose both of them. It's up to you. Key size bits 2048. Oops, I'm sorry. I think I was supposed to make a trusted root, not a SCEP profile. The first thing we need to make is a trusted root certificate. So instead of SCEP, first we are going to click on trusted certificate, and then over here we are going to upload the trusted certificate. This is the trusted certificate which I extracted from my CA by typing that cert util command. So I'm going to upload it over here and then do a OK and then create. The next thing that needs to be done is assignment, which I'll do later. Now this is the demo Windows root is what I've made. Now I'm going to make a demo Android root. Demo Android root, platform is Android. This is again trusted certificate, and over here I have to upload the same certificate. Okay, and create. I will assign it later. The third thing is demo iOS root. And then the platform is iOS, configuration type is trusted certificate, and over here I'm going to upload the same certificate again. Okay, so until now what I've done is I've created the three trusted root profiles. Now I have to create a SCEP profile for all the three operating system. So it is demo SCEP Windows. In the platform, it is going to be Windows 10 and later. Profile type is going to be SCEP. Certificate type is user. Subject name format, that is subject name format means that that you want the certificate to be issued to whom. You want it to be issued to the common name of the user, the IMEI of the device, the serial number of the device. You want to use a custom name, it is up to you. I want to use common name. Subject alternative name is UPN. I don't go with a username. I don't go with emails. I usually go with UPN. Certificate validity is 1 year. This should match with the certificate validity of the template or should be less than that. If the certificate validity of the template is 1 year and over here we have put in 2 years, then it might cause problems. If it is less than that, that's fine. Whatever is, I mean, the certificate validity of the template is going to be the one which is going to take precedence. But if it is more, then it might cause problems. Over here, as I just now explained, we are going to select this option, key usage, both of them, key size bits 2048, hash algorithm SHA-2, root certificate. Over here we have to link this with a root certificate. I have got two created, but this is the one I just now created, so I'm going to link it with that. Extended key usage, this certificate is going to be used for client authentication. If you want it to be used for SMIME, we will have to select secure email, and then we'll have to do an add. Renewal threshold 20%, that is once the certificate has reached 20% of its entire lifeline, then it is going to request for a renewal of the same certificate. So it's going to reach out to the CA again. You can change that if you want to. I'm going to leave it to default, and this is wherein we will be putting in the external URL, which is this, making sure that the external URL is accessible. So I just want to access it one more time before I actually put it over there. So we'll have to put in the URL over here, then do an add, then do a OK. Let me just click on settings once again, scroll down and make sure the URL is there. Okay, it is there. And then I'm just waiting to do a create, but before that I'm just waiting for this to show 403 forbidden again. Fingers crossed. It does. So I'm just going to do a create. So demo SCEP windows is created. Now I'm going to create the same for Android and iOS. So create profile, demo Android, and then the same thing in the description. Platform is Android. This is SCEP. As you might see, in case of Android, we don't have an option of device or user. We only have the default option, which is user, meaning that we cannot deploy an Android SCEP certificate to a device. We can only deploy it to a user. Rest everything is the same. Validity period is 1 year. It is going to be common name. Subject alternative name is UPN, both of them. Key size bits is 2048. Hash algorithm is SHA-2. Trusted root profile, I've already deployed one to the Android. I'm going to select that one over here. Extended key usage, I'm going to select client authentication and then add it. Renewal is 20%, which is fine. And then I have to provide that external URL over here. So I'm doing an paste and then add and then OK and then create. So demo Android Windows is created. Now I'm going to create demo iOS SCEP. So this is going to be demo. Hold on. What did I just name my previous? I named it demo Android Windows. Come on, guys. It is supposed to be demo SCEP Windows and not demo Android Windows. Okay. Sorry, guys. Sorry for that. So let me just delete the demo Android Windows one. I'll have to create it again. Demo Android SCEP. Android, it is going to be SCEP. Subject name format is common name. UPN, key usage is both of them. This is 2048. Hash algorithm is SHA-2. Root certificate is demo Android root. Okay. And then this is going to be client authentication and then add. And then I have to add the external URL over here, which I'm going to do now. Okay, I added the external URL, then add. Okay, create. So now I have created a demo Android SCEP. Now I have to create demo iOS SCEP. So demo iOS SCEP, the platform is going to be iOS, the profile type is going to be SCEP, and in iOS, as you can see, I have an option of user and device. So I can deploy a SCEP profile to a user or a device if the device is iOS, however, not in case of Android. Subject name format is common name, subject alternative name is UPN, certificate validity 1 year is fine, key usage is both of them, key size bits is 2048, root certificate. So I'm going to select the demo iOS root and then OK. And then predefined values over here, extended key usage, I'm going to choose client authentication and then add. Renewal threshold is 20% is fine. And then I'm going to add the server URL, add, and then OK, and then create. All right, so now let's just see what do we have. We have a, let me just delete the old ones so that there is no confusion. And we have only the ones that we have created right now. Okay. All right. We have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And Android root, this is something which was present from earlier. Okay, I'm not deleting the dep one, I might need it. So we have got two profiles for Android. One is trusted root and one is SCEP. Two for iOS, one is trusted root and one is SCEP. And two for Windows, one is trusted root and one is SCEP. Okay, now all that needs to be done is we need to assign it to a user. So let me just go to the users, and I think I have a user named Tom. So let me just see if Tom has everything available or not. So Tom is there. Directory role groups. He is a part of the SCEP group. I'm just going to delete the SCEP group. Yes. And then applications. Okay. Licenses. Tom should have an EMS license. Okay, Tom has an EMS license. Very well. So now I just need to create a group and assign it. So let me just go to groups, and then I'm going to create a static group. It is a security group. It is called demo SCEP, and then the description is the same. Membership type is assigned. I'm going to assign a member called Tom, and then select and then create. Okay, it has created. Now I can go back to device configuration, profiles. Let's just start with iOS. Okay, so the first thing, so the SCEP, as you saw when we were assigning the SCEP profile, we had to link it to the root. So the SCEP will not go if the root has not gone. So the first thing we are going to do is we are going to do it one at a time. So we are going to assign the demo iOS root. Okay, so we are going to assign it to demo SCEP, select, and then save. Demo SCEP is a security group. Tom is a member of it. Okay, so now I am going to enroll a device by Tom. So right now, let's just see if we have any. No, we don't have any iOS device right now enrolled by Tom. So I'm just going to enroll a device by Tom, which is iOS. Okay guys, so I just enrolled 3 devices. Let me just show it to you guys. So I deleted all the old devices and I just enrolled 3 devices. The first one is Windows, second one is iOS, and the third one is Android. And if you check the date matches the correct time. That is third. All of them were enrolled within 2 or 3 minutes of each other by the same user Tom, who is a part of the demo SCEP group. Okay, and then what I did was I went into the profiles and I assigned the demo Android root. You can see that yes. The demo iOS root, you can see yes. And demo Windows root, you can see yes. So I assigned all the 3 root profiles, and all the 3 root profiles were successfully delivered to the device. So if I go to the devices and all devices and CL1, and if I see device configuration, sorry. Okay. Hold on. if I go to Android and if I go to device configuration, the root profile got successfully delivered. If I go to iPad and then I go to device configuration, the root profile got successfully delivered. If I go to the Windows and I go to device configuration, the root profile is not delivered yet. It is because I just now enrolled it. So this is my device. So I'm waiting for the root profile to come to this device. And by the time it happens, what I'm going to do is just run a sync on this device. And now let's just start with the iOS. So let's just trigger a iOS SCEP deployment for an iOS device and see how it looks. So I'm going to go into device configuration, profiles, and then demo iOS SCEP, and then assignments. And then I'm going to assign it to, let me just refresh this, make sure it's fine. I'm always very skeptical about this external and internal URL because this is the thing, this is the main thing, this is the main deal. So if I do a demo SCEP, select, all I have to do is do a save. But before I do a save, I just want to make sure that it is still giving me a 403 forbidden. So I'm just, yeah, it is. And now I am going to do a save. Okay, so it has been deployed. Now I'm going to make one deployment at a time so that we are able to track that flow in the log. If I do multiple, then there will be multiple requests and we wouldn't know which device requested it. So as we saw in the PPT, we are going to do that exact same thing and track it. So let me just go to all devices and then iPad and then run a sync. Yes, I have the iPad in my hand right now, and I am just opening up the company portal and running a sync in that device as well. So I just want to make sure that the device gets the certificate at the earliest. So so I've made the sync from there. I've made the sync from here. Now let's just go to device configuration, profiles, and then let's just go to the iOS SCEP profile. If I see in the device status now, it should be pending in a moment. So let me just run a sync again. It might take up to 2 or 3 minutes for that status to change to pending. So we will have to be a little patient there. So I just ran a sync from the device as well. Running a sync from the portal is sufficient. We don't need to run a sync from the device. I just did it for the sake of doing it. And I'm just waiting. Okay, now you go. There you go. It is now at pending state. And if I check the demo Windows root, it should be deployed as well. So, okay, there you go. It has been deployed. Okay, so all the root are deployed, and right now we have only deployed one SCEP profile, which is going to be the test. So right now this is the profile that has been deployed, demo iOS SCEP. It is, if we check the properties, it is dependent upon demo iOS root. If demo iOS root fails, this will also fail, but we have already checked that demo iOS root is successful. Okay, so we are just waiting on everything to happen. So now what is going to happen? Once again, guys, let's just do a revision by the time it happens. So the SCEP profile has reached the device. The SCEP profile has reached the device. The SCEP profile had the external URL. Device is going to hit that external URL. This is the external URL, guys. We have already configured the Azure App Proxy, which is going to convert it to the internal URL of the NDES. It is going to land up in the IIS logs, which we are going to see right now. We are going to see a get operation over there. Then it is going to be passed over to the NDES plugin. The NDES plugin is going to check the certificates bound to the IIS, as well as it is going to check the certificate that was installed during the installation, the certificate that was selected during the installation of connector. If things work out, it will be passed over to the CRP. CRP will do the 3 phases of its verify, and then it will pass it over to the CA, and along with the name of the template that is to be used, which we have already configured, CA will issue a certificate. It will track its way back. IIS will do a post, send it to the external, then to the internal. Internal will send it to the IIS, store it in a SAS location, and then to the device. So this is how it is going to be. It is going to work at the background, and let me just see here. So if I go back to the demo iOS SCEP and go to device, sometimes what happens, guys, is that intermittently it shows error because I have deployed it right now, and I believe that Intune service waits for a specific amount of time, I believe 4 or 5 minutes, and then it marks it error if the device has not reported back. But please don't get alarmed by that. Give it about 10 minutes, run sync, and then if it still doesn't change the status, if the status doesn't change, then start tracking the log. But don't get alarmed by an error if it shows up over here just after 4 or 5 minutes. However, if it shows as failed, then there is a problem. But if it shows as error in the first 3 or 4 minutes, that's just fine. Intune service just marked it as error because the device didn't report back within the 3 or 4 minutes. Right? So sometimes it might take a couple of more minutes for the device to get the certificate and then report back depending upon the internet connectivity. So we can actually track the certificates from here as well. Click in the device and then go to device configuration. Over here, it will show all the certificate profile that has been delivered to this device. This is a faster way of doing it, but this gets updated later. First, this profile gets updated. That's why I'm tracking it over here. So the demo iOS SCEP device status, it is showing as error. As I said, guys, don't get alarmed by this. Let's just go to the please be patient. However, I'm not. Therefore, I'm just going to do the tracking of the logs and see how exactly the logs are working. I will show you guys this partial script at the end. And okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to open up an MMC. Nope, I'm not going to open up an MMC. I'm going to start the tracking from the IIS, right? So I'm going to go to inetpub, logs, continue, log files, and then continue. And this is the log file. It got updated recently, I guess. I don't know what time zone this is in. Okay, anyways, so I'm going to, these are all the logs that you can see. These are all the logs from the browser. These are all browsers. These are all browsers. You cannot see any get CA cert and get CA caps until here. So and over here you can see get CA caps. I think you should be able, get CA caps is there. We have to wait and watch out for get CA cert as well. But these were all the logs from the browser when we were trying to access it from a browser. Okay, so if I scroll all the way down, I can see this is the request I have to look at. So I can see a get CA cert, a get CA caps, a verify request, and then a notify request of 204. So if I go all the way back to my presentation, this is exactly what my presentation also showed. If I go to the IIS logs over here, the IIS logs is supposed to show for a successful deployment. It is supposed to show a get CA cert, get CA caps, a verify request, and once everything is done, it is going to do a post at 204, and then it is going to tell the Intune service that hey, the certificate has been delivered. Please tell the device to take it, and then it will store it at an SAS location. So this is the log we have to look at. So this means that the IIS has done its job and everything is fine. We are able to say get CA cert, get CA caps, and then verify request, and then the notify. Okay, so this is fine. Now the next thing to look at is the NDES service connector log and the NDES plugin log. So let me just go back over here, C drive, and then let me just go to program files and then go to Microsoft Intune and then go to NDES connector SVC and then logs again, and then we have got a CRP log and a NDES connector log, right? So let me just refresh this and then let me just open up the, so you can see that this one is updated, this one is not quite yet. So let's just wait for some time for the updation to happen. uh, 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 we have to be patient in this, guys. It might take some time because it's reaching out, because the traffic is traveling from your intranet to the internet, and it will depend upon your internet connectivity. So if I open this with a notepad, I should be able to see the three phases of verify. So let me do a control F with phase. Phase 1 started, phase 1 finished, phase 2 started, phase 2 finished, phase 3 started for the device. Let's see what's the device ID of our device, and it should match with this. So over here the device ID is ending with 56B. Let's just see the device ID of our device. So let's just go to devices, all devices, iPad, and over here you can see this is the device ID ending with 56B, or you can go to hardware and then see the Intune device ID ending with 56B. Okay, so let me just come back here. Phase 3 started, phase 3 subject names. Okay, so over here it's saying that what is the subject name of the user who has requested is Tom, who did the enrollment. And what else is there? Phase 3 finished. Okay, that's all. So the CRP log looks good. We are able to see everything that we in the log real time, what we thought we might see uh, in the logs from here. So over here the logs also says CRP logs phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and then notify finish. Now let's just take a look over the NDES connector logs. Before we take a look over the NDES connector log, I'm again very impatient, so I'm just going to go to the CA and I'm just going to refresh this and see that whether the CA has even issued it or not. If it has, then I'll grab the thumbprint from there. So you can see that the CA has issued one certificate today, and it is using that same template which we configured called the demo lab NDES. So let me just double click on this certificate and let me just take a look over how this certificate looks. I will see that whether it is issued to Tom or not, and if it is, there you go, surely enough it is issued to Tom. I'm going to grab that thumbprint from here, and then I'm going to go to my NDES log and see if the thumbprint is matching. So I'm going to come over here. We have already seen this. Let me just refresh this. And the latest one is this one. I'm not exactly sure why the time for this is different, but anyways, let us do a word wrap and then control F, enter. No, we cannot do it like this. We will have to remove the spaces. So let's just do this. Control Alt, edit, replace space, replace all. Okay, so now it looks cleaner. So now let's just go back over here, do a control F for the thumbprint of this certificate, and you can see that this a certificate with this thumbprint has been issued, right? So this is the thumbprint of the certificate. Okay, ending with DC, what we are able to see in the what we are able to see in the domain controller, thumbprint ending with DC. Okay, so as I said, in this we have already seen the CRP log. In this we should be, this is the company portal log, sorry. So in the NDES connector log we should be able to see the thumbprint which we just saw, and above that line it should have the device ID as well. So if you in case just you guys want to see the device ID, this is the device ID again, ending with 56B. That is just what we saw over here, ending with 56B. So that thumbprint of a certificate was issued to that device. So we were able to see over there also. Uh, you can see the plugin log as well. There's nothing much to see in the plugin log. It just communicates with the CRP and then gives you a status of the verify challenge. But the main thing to be seen here is the IIS logs, which you were able to see, and the NDES connector log, which you were able to see. We were able to see the thumbprint and the CRP log, wherein we were able to see all the phases of the verify. Last is the company portal logs. I'm quite sure that if I extract the company portal logs, I will be able to see it, but I'm not going to waste the time in that. Therefore, let me just go back to device configuration profile. Now the device has to report back to the Intune service saying that, hey, I've got the certificate. Please update yourself. So demo iOS, where are you? iOS demo, iOS SCEP. device status. It is still in the error phase, but it might take some time. So what I'm going to do now, guys, is I am going to go into the device itself. I have the device in my hand, so I'm just starting the device, going to go into settings and then general and then device management and then management profile and then more details. I'm scrolling down and I can see, can I see the SCEP certificate yet? No, I cannot see the SCEP certificate in this device yet. This device is connected to the internet, but I cannot see the SCEP certificate yet. So I'm still waiting for this device to receive the SCEP certificate. Probably that's the reason why it has not reported back. So by that time this happens, let me just do this. Let me just go back to device configuration profiles and then deploy the profile for Windows as well. So I'm just going to do a demo skip and then save. So this is saved now. And then let me just deploy the demo Android as well. So we have already checked the logs and we already know how it is supposed to look. So there shouldn't be a problem there. And then save. Now let me just go and run a sync on all the three devices. So this is the Windows device running a sync over there. This is the iPad running a sync over there. And this is the Android running a sync over there. Okay, let me just go inside the Windows machine as well and run a sync from the machine itself. Please don't get alarmed with what you're seeing over there. I just applied a WIP policy and I was doing some testing. So you can just ignore that. Uh, You have to go to settings. Settings. Come on. Let me just. Okay, there you go. It finally opened up. Actually, I'm running too many machines in my hypervisor. Probably that's the reason why it is starting to cramp, but that's all right. Just ran a sync from here as well. Access work was cool. Tom info sync. I just have to wait for the certificates to reach and then we will check. So let's just pause for 2 or 3 minutes and then probably it should get updated. So guys, it has been around 10 minutes. So let's just now refresh the screen again. So let me just change the tabs and then go back to the tab and let's just see over here. So let's just check for the iOS because we deployed that first. So let's just see the SCEP for iOS and the device status. And surely enough, we can see that it has succeeded. And if I go back and see the SCEP for Android, the Android is showing failed right now. Let's just give it a moment before it changes. And let me just see for demo Windows SCEP. And let me see the devices. Okay, all right. So it is showing as succeeded. Okay. So now let me just, I mean, the easiest thing for here for me to do would be show you the SCEP profile, SCEP certificate in the Windows device, right? Because I won't be able to share my iOS and Android screen, but from the portal we can see that it is deployed, so we are quite sure that it would be there. So let me just do a certificates add and then the computer account finish. Okay, I'm confused whether it would be in the computer account or in the user account. Yes, it should be in the user account. So let me just do a certificates again for the user account and then just do a OK. And then personal certificates. Okay, over here we are able to see the certificates. So this is the certificate. If I look at the trusted root, so over here in the trusted root I should be able to see, yeah, this is the trusted root certificate which we delivered uh, uh, Remember guys, this device is not joined to the domain, so therefore the only way it could have got this trusted root was from the Intune portal, issued to the CA, issued by the CA, and this is present in the certificate store of the trusted root. And if I go into the certificates of the personal, I can see a certificate deployed to Tom by my CA. And if I look at the details and the thumbprint ends with F 5EF. So let me just go to my CA and see whether any certificate was issued or not. 5EF. Let's see this one. And meanwhile, I am checking in my iOS device and I can see that certificate over there. So let's just check for the thumbprint whether it is 5EF or not. This is not the one. Let me check this one. 5EF. Okay, so this is the certificate 5EF which the CA generated and which we are able to see in the device. Okay, 5EF. And in my in case of iOS also I can see the device. So let me actually tell you guys the thumbprint of the certificate that I am able to see in my iOS device. I won't be able to show you guys, but I can actually just read out the thumbprint and then we can match it. So the thumbprint of the SCEP certificate which I'm able to see in my iOS device ends with it ends with 3702. So now let's just check in the domain controller for a certificate ending with 3702. It should be the first one because iOS was the first device that I enrolled. So the first one should be 3702. So no, this is not the one. This should be the one. Details, thumbprint. Am I looking at the wrong place? Let me see here. Okay, is it this one? If it's not this one, then probably I'm looking at the wrong place in my device. So 3702. Okay, so this is the certificate. I can see this SCEP certificate in my device. And this is the SCEP certificate that got generated over here. And in my Android device also, I'm able to see a certificate. So let me just read out to you the thumbprint of that certificate quickly before wasting any time. So I can see two certificates. One is the root and one is the SCEP. It is ending with AC8. So let's just see the thumbprint of the certificate, whether we have any ending with AC8 or not, and then we will be good. So yeah, AC8. So this is the Android certificate. So we were able to successfully track all the certificate in the device as well as, now let's just see in the portal. So let's just see what we see in the portal, all the certificates. As far as Android root goes, delivered successful. Android SCEP goes, still failed. So by this we can conclude that Android device has got the certificate, but it is still showing as failed over here, not error. So please keep this in mind that Android devices take the maximum amount of time in reporting back to the console. Demo iOS root properties, sorry, not properties, device status succeeded, and then SCEP device status succeeded. And then same thing goes with Windows root, we have already seen, and Windows SCEP properties, not properties, device status succeeded. So we were able to see the certificate on the device itself, so and match it with the thumbprint, which further shows that the certificate was correctly passed over. If I look at the company portal logs from the Android and the iOS device, I'm quite sure that the Android and the iOS device will be having the certificate thumbprint in their company portal logs as well. I just wanted to share a little tips and tricks which could help you guys in this delivery. SCEP delivery, not that difficult, guys, because as you saw, it took me about an hour to do it from scratch. All I had was the DC and the CA ready. Other than that, everything was done in this video itself. So it didn't take a lot of time. If you just follow the steps correctly, things would work out. Just make sure that we are doing it sequentially and we are following the process. Just four things that I would like you to keep in mind. The role, I mean, when we were logging into the Intune connector, that user should have only one role assigned to it. As I already said, that if it has multiple roles, it causes problem. If it is a on-prem user, sometimes it causes problems. So try with a Intune admin or a global admin with a single role assigned to it, and which is a cloud-only user. When we were making a SCEP profile for Android, we saw that there was no option of deploying it to a device. We only had an option of deploying it to a user. So in case of Android device, we cannot deploy SCEP profiles or SCEP certificates to a device. We can only deploy it to a user. Setting up S channel is something which I recommend. Please rewind the video and see how to check that. It was not there in any of the documentation, but setting up S channel is a good way, because it makes sure that the hits are actually hitting, that the device is actually hitting the IIS. And lastly, as I've already said, if we are deploying, if the authentication infrastructure, I mean, if our infrastructure is in a way that the authentication framework is EAP, then SCEP is the way forward. We cannot do it using PKCS, right? So that is pretty much it as far as the tips and tricks goes. Uh, just a few questions for you guys. I mean, something which would help you guys keep this in mind. That have you guys ever thought about why did we need two different certificates? Why do we need a client authentication certificate and a server authentication certificate? The client authentication certificate is something which we are binding in the Intune connector, and the server authentication certificate is something which we are binding in the IIS. So why exactly do we need this? We need this because client authentication certificate is something which is used by the clients. Client authentication certificate goes without saying. Why do we need that? Server authentication certificate is something which we are binding to the IIS of the NDES server, and it is needed for the server to prove its identity. So when an end device is trying to access that external URL, which is getting translated to the internal URL, the server has to trust that URL. I mean, the client has to trust that URL. And the only way the client will be trusting that URL is when that URL is bound to a certificate which is which is coming from a trusted resource, right? Therefore, we are binding a certificate to the URL of the URL of the IIS. Okay, that is the reason. The second thing which I would like you guys to know is when a when a end device is trying to reach out to the URL, it is getting a certificate. What happens if I go to a browser? I mean, so many times I went to a browser and I tried to so many times I went to a browser and I tried to access that URL. My browser didn't get a certificate, but at the end of the day, I'm still accessing that browser. Why does that happen? So I think I've already answered that. When we are trying to access that mscape.dll from a browser, the browser protocol does not have access to it. However, when we are accessing it from when the device accesses it, it follows a different protocol. Only that protocol is allowed to access the mscape.dll and put in a request. That is the reason why we get a 403 forbidden saying that access is not allowed. However, when OS accesses it, it's able to fetch that certificate and process the request. Finally, this is something which you would be seeing a lot. Instead of 403, you might be seeing a error saying 500. So this is very common, and this usually happens when, if you remember, there was an RA certificate. So if that RA certificate has expired, in that case, this error comes up. So let me just show you guys, if I may open this up, MMC, and control, sorry, control M, and then certificates, and if I do a computer account next, finish, and then OK. And if I show you guys a certificate, if you guys remember, there are two RA certificates. If these RA certificates were to expire, or if these RA certificates didn't exist at the first place, or for some reason it got deleted, then we would be getting that 503 error, uh, 500 error, not 503. So there is a quick way of resolving that. One of the way of resolving that is reinstall the NDES from scratch. That would make sure that when we are reinstalling the role, the server reaches out to the CA and gets that certificate issued again. If it doesn't, then there is a quick fix around that, and that is requesting a new RA certificate. The way to do that is, first what we'll have to do is let's just say that this is the certificate which expired. So what I'll do is I'll go into the subject name of this certificate and I'll just copy this. Okay, I'll just copy this and I'll delete the old certificates which has expired. Sometimes what happens is, even if the certificates have not expired, you still get a 503. I have seen that if NDES has been powered off for a long amount of time, and if I power it on, for some reason it vaguely starts giving me 500 error. So we will be applying the same solution for that. What we will do is we will open up MMC, we will open it up in computer context, and then personal certificates, and then we will request a new certificate, and then we will use the CEP encryption template. So next, and then we have to use the CEP encryption template. So right now I think this user will not be having access to the CEP encryption template. This is the template we have to use. So there are two RA certificates. So both RA certificates are generated from different templates. The first one is generated from a CEP encryption template, and the second one is generated from an exchange enrollment agent template. Let me just show it to you guys. This is an good to know information because you might run into this very often. So if I go to certificate template, there should be a template called CEP encryption, and there should be another one called exchange enrollment agent. So let me just show it to you guys. Okay, so one is the exchange enrollment agent and one is the CEP encryption. For me to be able to request certificates from here, I will have to give permissions. So this is the CEP encryption. Let me go to properties and then security, and then the name of my device is, I guess, new NDES. So that computer account needs to have access onto this. Read and write and enroll. Apply. Okay. And the other one is exchange. The other one is exchange enrollment agent offline. Exchange enrollment agent offline is over here. If I go to properties, security, add, and if I add new NDES, sorry, it is a computer account, my bad. Add computer over here, and then check names. Okay, new NDES has to get enroll permissions. Okay, and now if I go back to my NDES, and if I cancel this, if I request for a new certificate again, I should be able to see those. I should be able to see the CEP encryption. So I have to click on CEP encryption and then click on more information. And over here, I have to add a few entries. So in the common name, I am going to add the value of the common name is this. So I'm going to add it over here. And the country is US. So I'm going to add this over here. Add these two values over there and then do an OK and then do an enroll. Now I'm going to get that certificate, and then if I do a finish, that certificate is over here, right? Similarly, I will have to request for the other certificate as well from exchange enrollment agent, but exchange enrollment agent is something which comes under the user context and not the computer context. So what we'll have to do is we'll have to launch this in the user context and do the same thing. So this is the user context. So I am going into the personal certificates, right click, request for a new certificate, next, next. So when I'm requesting from a user context, only then this Exchange enrollment agent offline will show. If you're doing it from a computer context, it will not show. Okay, and then we will have to do the same thing over here in the common name. Sorry, in the common name, we will have to provide that same information, and in the country we will have to provide US. This also could have been provided. It's up to you whether you have this set or not. And in the general, friendly name is up to you. In the extensions, we will have to, not in extensions, in the private key, we will have to go into key options, and then we will have to make the private key exportable. Okay, and then that is all, I guess, unless let me see here. Okay, all right, I don't think I'm missing anything, so let me just do an okay, enroll, and then finish. So this is the certificate. Now we will have to export it, and then, because right now we have imported it into the user store, now we will have to export it to the computer store. So I will do a next, and I'll just put in the password, confirm password. Okay, next. File name is, let me just browse to the desktop, and then cert-ra, and then save it over here. Next, and then finish. The export was successful. There you go. Now I'm going to go back to the local store personal certificates, and I'm going to import that. So I will go over here. Next, the file name is all files. This is the certificate. Yes. Next, it will ask us for the password which I provided, and then yeah, that's the password. I know I'm a simple person. So then next, and then finish, and then the import is successful. Now we are able to see two RA certificates. So just delete the existing two RA certificates, and now you have got two fresh RA certificates, and now your 500 error would be resolved. I can just delete my existing ones, and then it will, if I delete all my four existing RA certificates, it will start giving me a 500 error again. So that is how you can just fix that issue of 500 error. Uh, mm, mm, mm. Let me just make sure that I'm not missing anything here. So Control M, certificates, add computer account, next, finish. Okay. One more thing which we might have to do is we will have to go to all tasks, and then advanced operations export. Yeah, we will have to go to manage private keys, and we will have to give that service account access over here. So NDES, no, my service account is Greg S. That service account needs to have access onto this template. So if that is there, then we are all set. So as you can see, these two RA certificates existed originally by the usual way. And if I see them, if I go to manage certificates, I can see that Greg S already has read permission over there. But this is the one which I created right now, which I requested it in this. Greg S does not have in permission. So that is something which I will have to add manually. Otherwise, this won't work. If that is done, we are all set. Now our NDES is all functional. We were able to fix the 500 errors as well. Lastly, guys, what I would like to show you is let me just expand this, and these are some useful links which might be helpful for you guys. Just make sure that you guys are referring to any of these links if needed, and yeah, just pause the recording and go through the URLs. These are a few handy things that you might want to keep in mind. So that's all. That's pretty much it, guys. Oh, in this nugget, we were able to, I believe, cover most of the things. What exactly PKCS is and SCEP is, and what is the difference between SCEP and PKCS, and how to set SCEP up. I know SCEP has actually a lot of moving parts, so make sure that we are following the process correctly. And if you adhere to this documentation, if you adhere to the slides and these steps, then you should be able to get it working like I was for Android, iOS, and Windows. So that's pretty much it, guys. Feel free to drop me a comment if you have any queries regarding this. I hope this has been informative for you, and I'd like to thank you for viewing. This is your friend Saurabh Sarkar signing off. So guys, officially the video has ended. That's all I needed to show you guys. But just in case you stuck around until now for the past 3.5 hours, I've just got a bonus for you guys, which you're going to really appreciate. So let me just quickly show you one quick thing. Let's just go to Google and then type NDES validation script, and then go to the first link that comes up. It's going to be a GitHub repository. So let's just open that one up, and yes, it will redirect us over here. Let's just copy this script from here. I mean, initially it is just the link, so we don't need that. And I'm just going to copy it from here and then go all the way down and copy the entire thing. It's a long script, but it's really worth it. So let me just copy the entire thing, and then I'll actually tell you guys how exactly to make use of it and why it is so good. So I am almost done copying it. Okay, I need until here. I just copied it. I'm going to Notepad and paste it over there, and then I'm copying it again, and then I'm going to go to my NDES server and then open up PowerShell as an administrator. There you go. Yes. Then I'm going to paste this script over here, and then I'm going to hit the play button. It's going to ask us three informations. First is the name of the NDES service account. So the one that I have used is Intune lab slash Greges. Please make sure you're entering it in this format. The second thing is the name of the issuing CA, which in my case is the domain controller, which is domain c.intunelab.com. And finally, the name of the template. So in my case, the name of the template is demo lab NDES. So let me just enter that. Demo lab NDES. It's going to ask us whether we want to proceed with these variables that I just provided. So I'm sure that I entered the correct one. Therefore, I'm going to hit Y. It's going to do its thing, and then finally it's going to ask us whether we want to gather the troubleshooting files or not. If I do a Y over here, it's going to save some files for us in this location. So let's just go to this location and see what exactly it has saved. So if I go over here, there is a zip file that is present, and it has actually gathered all the logs that we saw until now at one place. So all the IIS logs, the name of the template, the plugin log, the NDES connector log, the CRP log. I'm not exactly sure what this is. Probably the name of the template, or probably all the templates that's there in the CA. Yeah, so it has gathered all the information into one place so that we don't have to go looking and find out the logs one by one. Now let's just actually see what has this script done for us and how is this useful. So I'm scrolling all the way up to the point wherein I provided the three variables, and then I'm going to see what exactly got processed after that. So yeah, so I provided these three variables over here, and then I'm scrolling down, and then let's see what exactly is it checking. So this script actually checks each and everything that we configure during the NDES installation and configuration. First, it is checking the version of the OS, then it is checking the NDES service account that we have created, whether it is correctly set or not. Then it is checking, there you go, whether the NDES is a CA or not. NDES server is not running on the CA. If it is, it will give you an error. Therefore, as I have already said, NDES should not be running on the CA. Then it is checking for the service account's local permissions, whether it's part of this IIS user group or not, which as a part of the configuration we added. Then it is checking for all the features that were installed. So if you remember, these were the prerequisites for installing the Intune connector. Then it is checking for all the SCEP pools and the CRP pools and which account is running them. Then it is checking whether we have provided the correct values under these registry location or not, wherein we set up the max URL length and query, and then wherein we set up these two dword values. SPN is something which I haven't set, so it is telling us that missing or incorrect SPN set for the NDES service account. And if we are missing on a part, it actually tells us where to go, which URL to go to, and what to check in that. So it says that please review step 3.1c, which talks about setting up of SPN. Setting up of SPN is not a mandate, therefore I'm not very much alarmed with it. But rather than, I mean, other than this, if any other parameter is showing me red, then I would be concerned, and it would actually show you where exactly in the doc to go and what to do. It is checking there is nothing, no rogue certificate in the intermediate store, and then it is checking whether the enrollment agent offline and CEP encryption are present or not, which issues the RA certificate. It is going to this location, and then it is checking for the name of the SCEP certificate template, the custom template that we have used, which is making use of this demo lab NDES template. And then it is checking the IIS SSL certificate that we have bound. This is the thumbprint of the certificate, and then this thumbprint matches with this thumbprint, which is the certificate that we have bound with the Intune connector. And then it is checking the internal URL, whether it is accessible or not. And then the last boot time, whether it also says that please make sure that a reboot is initiated after installing the NDES connector. And then it is checking the version of the Intune connector, and it is, I mean, checking each and everything. And finally it is checking for the errors in the Microsoft Intune Connect in the event viewer, and then finally it is exporting the logs in this location. So if it shows us red values in any of these things except that SPN, then we know where and why to troubleshoot. So once we are done with the installation and configuration of NDES, I would strongly recommend you guys that you actually run this script. It is easily available in the internet. You just have to provide 3 information, and then this would actually help us find out that whether the installation and the post installation configuration of the NDES was done successfully and correctly or not. This is a very verbose and powerful script, and I would strongly recommend you guys making use of it. Okay, and finally guys, I just want to tell you that when you initially make that determination of whether to make use of an SCEP or PKCS, there is one thing which PKCS can't do and SCEP can. I mean, two things that comes up at the top of my mind. First is, if the authentication framework is EAP, then that is something which we cannot establish using a PKCS certificate. And secondly, PKCS certificate cannot be issued to a device onto which a user is not associated. So even if we are deploying a PKCS to a device group, that is possible, but if we are deploying it to a userless device, then that is not possible. For example, it would be, if we cannot deploy a PKCS profile to a dep device without user affinity. So in that case, the only option is deploying a SCEP profile. So I actually happen to have written a blog in this. So let me just show you guys. This is a blog that I have written. It's available publicly on tech community. So you can go to this location. Let me just open this up. Probably you can just pause your screen and go to this location and take a look into this. So this talks about why uh, we cannot deploy a PKCS profile to a deb device without user affinity, and why in that scenario SCEP may be a better choice. So I suggest you guys take a look over this. I hope this is informative to you, and overall I hope that this deck has been informative for you, and I hope that you go through these links as well. That's pretty much it from my end, guys. I hope that this had the information you were looking for. I would like to thank you again for viewing. This is your friend Saurabh Sarkar signing off.